Okay, good morning, beautiful people. Good morning. This is the NBC 10 feed right now, so I don't know what the hell we're looking at. A parking lot, I guess. I guess that's what we're looking at right now. A actual parking lot. It's okay. Listen, I watched Mike's show, and I love Deidre. I love Nina. I don't really know Nerdy. But I think it would have rounded out with someone like Leah or myself that has the vast knowledge of law, how it works. You know, Leah from the aspect of officer, me from the aspect of what the court does and doesn't do. I saw a lot of people asking the question about DCF and CPS, and um, that's not how they would do it in that scenario. It's not, and I mean, I've explained it here. Obviously, for those that don't watch me, they're going to ask in Mike's live, but I wish I could clear that up everywhere because it's a misconception that they just get involved in everything child related. That's not true. A judge made an order. Judge made an order. They cannot supersede that order. They have no capacity or right to be there in any way, shape, or form. Justin went straight to the court. Had he called DCF first, or the judge made him talk to DCF first, then that would be a different story and they would have went through DCF. But because it was an emergency scenario, at least what he claims is an emergency scenario, went to the judge first and the judge ordered it. They have no right to be involved in any of it. Once a judge orders it, they cannot supersede that order. They can't force services onto a family after a judge orders custody. That's just not the way it works. Backpack boy, yeah. Yeah, true that, my friend, true that. I wish, and I give all the credit to the people who stood up to Aiden, but I wish some of them weren't still afraid to have people like me on their show because it's the ultimate go fuck yourself, you know? It's an ultimate go fuck yourself to say, I'm not afraid of backlash from the turtle people, right? To have someone on who's knowledgeable about something simply because the turtle said not to like them, you know? That's the part that gets me a little sad, but it is what it is, you know? I'm not afraid to have anybody like that on. I don't give a shit. One subscriber, a million doesn't matter to me. 0 doesn't matter to me. I agree with you. That's exactly what he would do. But to be fair, I mean, you can do shows and shows worth of how fucking pathetic he is. Imagine sitting there and complaining about Justin. So I saw the tweet that someone sent me that Aiden made, like, Justin was running out of the house like a bitch, as if a gunshot went off and Aiden would just be standing there. Sir, you threw a whole entire tantrum on the floor. Sir, do you forget your drunken tantrum? Like a whole entire baby toddler tantrum on the ground. And you would just what? Not run out the door if a gunshot rings off and you don't have a weapon?
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Exhibit A, folks. Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Of course he had to run his mouth. See, I don't even look to see what he says anymore because I just simply don't care. Simply don't fucking care what he has to say. Good morning. Good morning. I simply don't give a fuck what he has to say about anyone. Good morning, Becca. So I don't even look. I'm just like, I could give a fuck less what his opinions are on anything. He throws fucking giant tantrums like a baby and then wants to talk about what someone would or wouldn't do one gunshot's ring. Like, yeah, because you'd definitely be standing there, sir. I gotta turn the heat down and it's not on here. Because you'd be standing there like the hero that you are, sir. We know that that's what you would be doing. Definitely. Certainly. That's what you would be doing, right? You wouldn't be running either. I mean, imagine saying that with a straight face. Like that's half of his fucking problem right there. Yeah, he like the Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah. Aiden run through the wall like the Kool-Aid man. Good morning. That is probably like the Kool-Aid man. Gunshots. It's a good question. at this point. I mean, again, narcissists are very cunning, right? And they love to play pretend, and they're good at it. And that's the problem. Is they don't have narcissist written on their forehead, unfortunately. So they're very good at hiding who they are until it's too fucking late, and that's the problem, you know. Yeah, but you duck down, right? You know, you hit the carpet, man. Like, hit the carpet. That's what you would do. Oh my God, I'm so tired of pulling myself into this fucking desk. It's not even funny. The text indicated she had put her hands on him before. Her mental state was really volatile. Running is smart. Yeah, it is smart. I mean, hello, gunshots are ringing up. You can stand there. You're gonna stay. You're gonna wait to see what happens. Like, I'm not waiting to see what happens if I don't have a weapon. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. And I'm one of those people that runs into danger, and I'm not. That's common sense, right? Like, even in that scenario, I don't have a weapon. Maybe when the gunshots stop, then I would go back and see who needs first aid, who needs help. You know, girl, listen, I just need a rug. Okay, this is getting crazy. All right, I feel like a cartoon myself. I'm telling you, my house is fucking slanted. I am convinced that my house is slanted. There's no reason I should be just going slowly backwards to the side. God damn it! And yeah, the chair has to have wheels. So it's like, fuck, I'm telling you. I don't know. I think I figured it out. At first I thought maybe it was the the stripes on the ground, but now that they get closer to it, I feel like it's a wire. And I think that's the carpet. I feel like that's what we're looking at. Oh, you think my house needs V8? Please hold. V8, you say? Like this? Like this? Bam! Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. All right. You have V8 up in this bitch. Funnier story is it actually came this morning. Funnier story is it actually came this morning. I had to get Riley a new comforter. And it was like, meh, you need to spend another $2 to get overnight shipping, even though it's already an overnight item. So I was like, meh, what do we got? What's cheap? Meh, V8, we drink this. And so this came this morning, literally. Literally picked it up off the porch like an hour ago. That one's good. It's berry. Tropical one's not bad. Right? It's a little door stopper. Stop running. Wheels, damn it. Wheels. I'm telling you, I think my house is slanted. I mean, the fucking ceiling, but the floor, slanted. I can't do spicy. I can't do that. Nope. Can't do the spicy. Cannot do it. Okay. What the fuck are we looking at, bro? Like, I'm convinced it's wires now. It has to be. Like, sir, it is 9:12. Can we just see the courtroom? Stairmaster? Oh, God. That's trying to kill me, man. I can no longer do that with my heart. The shit I used to be able to do and the shit I can do now makes me want to cry. Did very physical jobs for a very long time. You have to learn how to hold a full-grown man working at the prison, and so that he can't get out of the hold. He can't headbutt you. You can't move side to side and get out. No matter how strong they are, that specific hold will not let them headbutt you or get out of that hold. And that was physical work when you're dealing with really mentally unwell people. And unfortunately, I can't do that kind of work anymore with all of my chronic pain and health conditions and heart issues and all that fucking happy horse shit. I think about, I wasn't excessively strong or anything, but I was fit enough, you know. I mean, don't ask me to run, bro. If If you're going to commit a crime, make sure you can fucking run. I cannot run, okay? If you want me to have a heart attack, die. It's my heart. I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do a lot physically, and I just can't anymore. And at 40, that's kind of sad. And I'll be 40 this year. I should still be able to, do plenty. I started getting all these problems with my heart in my early 30s, which isn't, thank you, COVID. Appreciate that for the inflammation. Because now I have inflammation everywhere in my body, right? Where's the fan? Or Wendy the window. I'd take Wendy the window right now, okay? I would totally take Wendy the fucking window right now. Just saying. Girl, listen, I don't even know how you do that. I would die. Die. I used to love hiking. Love hiking. One of my favorite things to do was hike. And also tell people to take a hike like Hayden. Good morning, darling. I mean, the ceiling fan definitely will forever be in our memories. We should say a prayer for the ceiling fan. I miss the ceiling fan too. Yeah, my first career would be used to dancing. It's junk after all that, Ooh, Pilates. Girl, listen. I bless you. I cannot do that. I wouldn't even attempt Pilates at this point, right? I feel like, can I go back to my 20s, please? I mean, I know I turn 21 every year, but can I please go back to my 20s? Yeah, I mean, I like a good joke once in a while from a judge, but I think it's because the judges, like, they see so much serious shit. You got to think about it, right? You got to keep it lighthearted once in a while. I don't like too much joking from a judge. Then I think you're not taking it fucking seriously, especially if you're like always joking with one side to the other. Like, Mr. Brittle. Can we just talk about how fucking horrible Bradle was? And can we also talk about how most of Mike's chat also thought Bradle was horrible? Hey, girl, hey. Can we just talk about that for a second? Like, girl, listen, my knees are drunk too. I feel you on that one. She does stairs. I fucking can't with you, all right? I don't run. I just do the stairs instead. I love you. Oh, man. Right? Girl, listen, mine went with yours. Mine went with yours. My get up and go left. It went with the fucks that I have. Whew, gone. None left. Maybe that's what it is, like the impact of running on your feet. Also, I have like really bad pain in the middle of my feet. And no, I'm not a diabetic. Make that make sense. Oh my God, I was waiting for Tom's face to pop up in the window. You guys trying to kill me this early in the goddamn morning. God damn. Oh, fuck. Hi, Casey. See, listen, I like a good yoga, okay? I like a good yoga. But I don't want to do no goat yoga. I don't want to do no way up high on a building yoga. Do regular goddamn yoga, okay? Well, I can't exactly answer that. If found guilty, a multitude of things could happen. The judge could give her time. It's a maximum of 5 years for this charge. Could give her suspended time. He could give her a bracelet with suspended time. He could give her time served for the time she had already served. That all depends on what the judge gives, right? So I can't really determine what the judge is going to do, but she has no prior record, I don't think, for this. So if she's got no prior record, I would say it's probably a good chance that she doesn't get any jail time or gets very minimal jail time, if any, Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, time served, bracelet for 6. Like, they have to keep tabs on you for something, right? Like, so whether it's going to be probation or bracelet or it's got to be something, it's got to be something, I feel like. So, but then again, the judge might be like, well, she spent this many days in jail already, and this is what I would have given her, so time served, Oh, yeah, it's definitely up in the air. It's not something that we could definitely guess. You know, yeah, Justin took the stand yesterday. She does. She did that for the hurricane. Search and rescue with her dogs. For weeks, if I remember correctly, with not a lot of sleep. I can picture Tom struggling to balance on a trash barrel while holding a camera. Oh my fucking God. Can you actually imagine? It's holding the thing, the camera on it. And all you see is the camera doing this in the window. Good morning, Pat. Imagine. Tom's head just peeps into the window at the courthouse. Get out of Wendy the window, Tom. All right. Behind Tom is Ethel Machado looking for box trucks and whatnot. How dare these people in this city have box trucks with their goddamn fucking pictures and businesses on them. I don't want to look at them. My name is Ethel Machado. Okay, 10 days. I lied. But yes, that was a crazy 10 days. Girl, I don't even know. All right? How you did all that. Making the X's, traipsing through all that crap. I can't even. No, Molly's going to retire. But she's so good at what she does. Poor Malls. Listen, Molly's a good dog. She's so good at what she does. I think Lee is one of her best search and rescue dogs. Girl, listen, that is because, but you know what? I bet it, even though you felt like, you know, dog shit physically, and you looked like that, imagine what you felt like inside. You know, it's just an amazing feeling to just help other people. Jay's at the courthouse. Shut the fuck up. I forgot he was going today. Shit. Let's get a little check. Let's check and see what we got going on over there. Let's see. My dude, my friend, our friend of the show, Jay Brill, is at the courthouse, so we're gonna check in on that. I don't love it. Is he live streaming it? I don't see anything fucking live. Is he not live streaming it? Someone give me some information here. He's live. Where is he live from? I don't see. Right? People have work vehicles, Ethel. God. Business vehicles, Ethel. You don't have to look at them. Fucking gouge your eyeballs out then. My daughter. You guys know my daughter's blind, right? And I was telling her about Ethel Machado and her nurse. Now, my daughter's 21. She's a grown adult. So my daughter and her nurse watch the show. She has a visiting nurse that comes to her house. And the visiting nurse and her watch the show. I am told the visiting nurse thinks I'm hilarious. Although I'm like, I promise you, I'm only funny sometimes. I'm only funny sometimes. But also, if she's around my child, she probably understands where it comes from now, right? Today is a good day. Right? So my daughter was telling me, she was here the other day, it's like, me and my nurse watch you. I was like, girl, why? Why you got your nurse watching your crazy mother, all right? That's cray, girl. But again, my daughter's 21 and she's blind, so she's got to keep it. She can only listen really or keep it really close to her face if she wants to see out of this one eye. But I was telling her about Ethel Machado and the box trucks. And she was like, oh, she doesn't want to see them? She doesn't want to see them? Tell her we can switch eyeballs, right? And she can be blind. She doesn't have to see any fucking thing, right? She doesn't have to see any goddamn motherfucking thing. Like, right? It would be. It freaking would be. Why are we? I really want to make guesses on what the fuck we're looking at, but I really think it's a wire or a cord of some sort. Why are we buffering? Every day we're buffering. Why do I not see anything? Bro, man. Get up here, sir. I need to see. Oh, something's happening. I shall shut up now.
draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this most honorable court. Court is now open. Please be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I refuse to put Tom on.
Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court.
Pew, pew.
The Honorable Justice Jeff Cox presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record? Good morning, James. Good morning.
This is my paralegal, Crazy Courtney. Your Honor.
Your Honor, Martha Hoadley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal.
Crazy Courtney.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have
Hey,
a seat.
Heather.
And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for view.
Crazy Courtney.
And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is
Toonie,
the
toonie.
defendant's motion for view. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking the view?
Of the home, the view.
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me.
Good point, Pat.
At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would
I
like
waive
to
all the time.
do it, I did file a motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like to view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means. But so I was told at Sidebar
All the way
yesterday
up.
that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a third. It is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades
Can't force your
ago.
way into someone else's home. They don't want to let you in their home to do a showing. They kind of don't have to. I mean, unless you give them a court order, and even that is a little invasive. Should have taken pictures. Common sense. Why are we buffering? Fucking shit. Come on. What are we like? What's happening in BC 10 here? I'm not buffering. Just this is buffering. So what the fuck?
Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place, or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, well, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us? Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision, because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view. Okay, just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And we wouldn't, I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it.
As they show her roots
Right.
Thing with it, but
and her frizzed
I can
fried
tell you
hair.
this from my perspective.
Mine's
here I
frizzed 'cause I'm
am
Spanish.
talking, again, out of both sides of my mouth, which, from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I can I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. You folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
so we'll take one more, we'll reach out one more time to see where it goes,
Okay.
and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something? Mr. Good. For him, okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
I feel like every time I wave at you guys, I expect that you're waving back, even though I can't see you. I just expect that when I wave at you guys, because I'm muted and I can't talk while someone else is talking, that you guys are waving back at me. I just assume. Here comes Noonie, the loony Noonie. That's what they used to call meetings at noontime, like AA or NA meetings at noontime. They used to call them the loony Noonies. It is strange, but again, Courtney's a fucking lunatic, and I stand by that as a fact.
That you're still under oath from yesterday. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Gubitosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
I don't think Bradel's gonna let Martha do anything. Wait, he said cross-examination. All right, get ready for it, folks. Get ready for what I think is gonna sound like this.
May I inquire?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI reporting type glasses?
No,
Oh my
So you're
God.
not reporting anything right now?
absolutely not.
Let's go to.
Is he fucking serious?
June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order.
He's watching our shows and
Person
taking the questions.
Claims he's in fear, correct?
I fucking-
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Ayala.
That was your, that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying that, oh, sorry.
You have to let him finish his answer, you clown. And also, he actually is taking comments from our shows, from people like you guys, and using them as questions. He's actually doing that right now. That's actually happening, folks. Oh my, he's such a fucking clown. I can't. I feel bad for Kelsey that she was duped into hiring this fucking idiot. Yeah, see, wasn't it just perfect that I played that sound effect right before he asked something so ridiculous like, I know it's AI recording type glasses. No, they're seeing type classes, you fucking clown. Sit down, Conspiracy Bob.
I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move. Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you.
I agree with you, Sassy, 100%. Looks like his hair is maybe bleached blonde and not gray in that light.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
Okay. You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually,
Every department
Kelsey had
has a
stated
different
the guns were downstairs in the basement.
way of doing it.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Well, they can't search the house, idiot.
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that.
I didn't ask you what he said.
Okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good, right?
No.
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Yeah, but they can't search her house to get the guns. She has to give them.
You can restate during redirect.
We'll get to that. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will,
impeach
Your
them.
Honor.
Thank you.
No, not you will. You have to. You can't just be like, well, I'm referring to this. This is what you said. You have to show him what he said at the grand jury. The whole thing.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure.
You
what
said
happened to
that
my
you
will?
didn't know her well,
That's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Makes sense.
And you also said that you got along well with her. right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So we got along when we went to calls. Yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
Why would you be talking about his
You heard your
neighbor?
opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
What?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
Oh, now everyone calls everyone a whack job. Stop.
Mr. Bradley, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
that again?
So I asked,
Are you bringing that witness in?
Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay.
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and that he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it? That she's a whack job.
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see.
Someone
You
tried to kill me. I'd call them that too.
told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It
The
wasn't
job was
It's not a
section,
pre-plan.
isn't
It's
that
if she does this,
No,
this is
that's
what
not
happens.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete because we can't have 2 folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And Bradel needs to let him answer it.
And also you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
And that's
Objection.
the state of mind, remember?
You're speculating on what he thought.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
After.
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if
If.
she were to be
Okay.
sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so,
Bradel's floundering
with respect
here.
to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yeah,
Yes.
fucking weird.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her
You want
car
it-
was always parked in the driveway,
Close.
was
With a
So
baby.
you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't
Who
know. I
knows?
don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
It's their job.
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom,
Yes.
holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves, yes.
You shouldn't be speculating on
So
other
you're ready
people's state of
for
mind, though.
anything, right?
It's past practice with me after
Right.
working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
Might have told the baby.
And at what point did you take them off?
Wow.
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So
There were
that
other
plan
officers.
about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves.
While we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
A fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's wrong with the word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Tactical's different, you idiot.
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike
It's
that.
argumentative. Come on.
Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons,
Hard Rock Hotel.
you gave up the baby. But that's,
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that?
well,
I don't-
here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to just talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Objection? You said we'll see. Objection. Strike that from the record.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion is strike.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Yeah, forthright of you. Sure.
Just a moment.
Yep, take your time.
You know what? I have a sound for what I think Bradle sounds like right now. He's got to ask his crazy paralegal to do stuff for him. He brought the clowns. I fucking can't. I mean, he's not making any sense though. He's going from here to there to here to there to there to here to like.
So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36. Who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC behind the Atkinson School? He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
You knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns.
Rosen, like, what's happening? Hello.
Lose her job, her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the order at that time.
Are we buffering? What the fuck? Uh, what are we doing here, folks? Why is it doing that? Well, come on.
At what point did you
Got yeeted. Don't worry. I paused it for you guys because StreamYard wants to be a pain in the ass. Appreciate that, StreamYard, you asshole.
taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing her in,
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody?
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box. Sorry.
Hold on.
Pauses, though.
Let's not argue back and forth.
Like,
Just
he
ask
pauses
the
so
question.
he starts to answer the question. Like-
Until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. My suggestion is serving a restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
What? It's Meredith's fault.
Your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with them behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. See you then.
Sounds good to meet up, okay.
That's kind of what they do. Yeah, he intentionally pauses to wait for him to answer and then keeps going. Like, come on. Starts to answer it.
Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
Okay. And like a boom, boom?
Yes.
No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 12:32 in the audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
You have to show him what he said.
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, you know, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So
Yeah, it'd have to be an
July
appeal.
3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession,
Yes.
and what you said on July 3rd,
No,
one
he
shot,
can't.
giving some commands, another shot, both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it.
During.
Don't do it.
The
I'm
whole
asking you
time.
about this
Fuck you mean?
particular passage, this particular thing.
He can't acquit on that,
Here you
unfortunately.
said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's the
How can
truth.
that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom boom.
Yes.
So
So he could
where's
still be
the
giving
time for the
commands.
commands between the shots.
And between
As
and the
I'm
whole
yelling.
time.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
I don't know why the
So
prosecution isn't like they
they're
should
2
be
different
objecting
assertions, aren't they?
No.
and saying, let him see what he said. And in the context that he said it.
You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded
He
statement.
took these
Yes.
questions from Mike's live chat and ours. That's sad.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this? To come in here and testify.
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gub.
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when did that? When were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony? You started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Can you ask that question again?
So that's the
She's
problem.
trying to
Ms.
remove
Bradle's
you from the
testifying.
area where her gun
Not
is.
asking questions. I'd be
It's not consistent with her trying to kill
Objecting.
you, is it?
objecting. He's
At
stating
that
it.
point, no.
It's not asking.
So let's get into the incident here. What you say happened.
You hit the nail on the head, Steph, and I said it a couple
You
minutes
say
ago.
that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her,
Yes.
maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over maybe. How about that?
Yes.
And your testimony is that she
Yeah, word salad.
lunges over and
Salad
obtains a
bar.
gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
It's like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show a modified Weaver stance?
Why do we need to call it that, though? Because not all departments use that language. Like, that's the problem here.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you?
Please.
Yeah, so the judge can see that that's.
Just in general?
Just to show the stance in general first. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Yeah.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's going to grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you writing?
I'm sorry?
Are you writing?
I am.
You can have some things.
Thanks.
And
He's
you're
gonna
saying
take
that
the
Mr.
questions from
Simmons,
Mike in our
had the gun in
chat.
that kind of a
Hogan
stance?
should be shot
Yes.
here.
And
if-
how far
if
was
it's
the gun
watch,
away from
guaranteed.
your face?
Calling it now.
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's
Yeah.
probably another foot or two towards you, right?
How does he know how fast it happened?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if
Tap
she
rack.
stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes,
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
They're trained to do it fast.
There she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably,
She started shaking first before she knew what she was going to do.
female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Oh, please. She's a trained
Those aren't
officer.
my words.
That's your description of what happened,
No.
isn't it?
I
not.
didn't describe that either. in
So
those words.
she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the
Objection.
face
Yes,
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby.
yes,
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was
I have her
already
gun
standing.
too.
So as she's standing, she shoots you, she tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up,
4 seconds.
she
Sorry. Sorry.
sidestep first or backpedal first?
I get mad when you.
So she backpedals first.
And
How
then
many
sidestep. I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, or 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. Is she tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer
Who's a whack job?
Bingo.
who
Oh,
tried
God.
to kill me.
Sorry.
So
I have it lowered to like 22. I
let's get
apologize.
the order straight.
I'm a loud
You
person.
said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happens.
Yes,
And then she taps the magazine
yes.
and then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went in, and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes,
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
that's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes
Those
from
scenarios happen
shaking
fast.
uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying,
The shaking happened first.
being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes,
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
no,
You were flustered, weren't you?
no.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident,
I'm sick of getting tossed out by StreamYard in this buffering bullshit. Like StreamYard, get your fucking shit together, dude. I paused it for you guys. I'm also gonna back it up a tiny bit because, as he explains, right when it was buffering, his adrenaline dumps after. And when you get an adrenaline dump after something like that, and speaking from someone who has PTSD, I will tell you firsthand, when your adrenaline dump, like in the moment, like you don't panic, you don't run, like you're just calm. You're just calm. And I don't know how to explain it. I've done CPR on numerous people. And the first time I might be a little, aggravated or afraid but I'm still doing it, right? After like the second or third time, I'm completely calm. I know what's happening. I know what I'm doing. A well-trained officer like him knows what he's doing at this point, right? But after the whole thing happens and you get an adrenaline dump, your adrenaline comes down and it just dumps on you. Like that's when you start like shaking and realizing like, holy shit, all that just happened in a very short period of time that feels like forever. But again, well-seasoned officer, he knew exactly what he's doing or what he should be doing. His training will automatically kick in. You don't even think about it. It just automatically kicks in, even at the prison, okay? My training would just I wouldn't even think about it. And I would just be doing what I knew I should do without even thinking about it. It's just when you're trained that way, that's what happens.
Correct.
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from uncontrollably sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps.
Yes.
To the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No.
You were flustered, weren't you?
No.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
a patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years.
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or do you know?
I didn't know where it went.
Okay. And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me on the bed and one on the floor, I think. but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
Did you know that?
Nope.
Yeah, Coach Ron?
Yes.
It's just a photo.
Yes.
To see what happened. That's the, you know what I mean? Like, I love when people say shit like that. You're not curious. Like, why would I be curious to know what happened when I was there? I know what happened. Like, and no, I'm not curious at all. I was there. I know. No, they didn't have body cams. They had funding to buy body cams, but they hadn't at this point.
Do you have some?
I don't even think it was a full 2 years she was on.
Thank you, sir. Right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think with her history to it, she shouldn't have been on the force, you know. But then again,
Thank you.
yeah, my friend Leah here was a state trooper here in Massachusetts.
I'm going to show you for the record.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Sassy. Totally something I would do, by the way.
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's at a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
Yeah, but you're
There,
watching
yes,
her,
that would have been my left. Yep.
not the things on the
Now,
ground.
at some
Idiot.
point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Who's watching
Didn't you
her?
speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there.
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you Exhibit 75. Is this the?
Oh, it's the
stand?
white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now let's just go over
That's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again,
Sidestep,
like you
tap
said
rack,
earlier.
tap rack.
She's
That happens
starting to do
within
this,
seconds.
No Weaver.
He's acting
stance.
like it takes
Okay, so
20
one
minutes.
hand.
It was.
Is that the
Sidestep,
FBI
back,
crouch?
over, tap rack, tap rack. That takes
What do you
seconds.
call that?
Let's just remember that,
One-handed.
folks.
It's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
What?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out
That's
here
not a question.
and she
Objection.
receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
Knows
I have
where
no
she
idea.
dropped
It's
it.
the way she fell.
Like, what the hell?
So
Did she kick it? Like, who knows? The fuck? Weird question, dude.
back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that.
I don't. It's too close to her.
Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest.
Doesn't matter.
With you there and Daly there.
So
Isn't that fair to say?
they still lunge up and try to grab it.
Then you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white shelf, bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives.
100 different ways.
And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and
She crouched down,
I do.
dropped it
and then
Guess where
Core
it
has
lands?
it.
in between her legs
Does he take it into the hallway?
and then under her leg.
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was
Which are irrelevant.
starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Afterwards.
So that was
They're trained
your
to do that.
primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you.
You render first
your
aid.
Testimony. You started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
So it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I show you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
I agree, Matt.
Do you
It's
think that
nonsensical.
the gun came from any of those areas there?
It's here, there, and everywhere.
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face,
Yeah, absolutely.
and you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And
She wasn't
you
showing
knew
a
that
danger
on
only
June 30th,
to herself.
2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to
Oh my
Get
God.
wet.
Sounding like a fool.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
get wet, Your Honor.
The fuck does that mean? Objection.
And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight
She did not have other house
with
cameras.
somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
Yes.
of her own volition.
Yes.
Homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house.
Is the prosecution
I
sleeping?
think I
Like,
was standing in her way for her to get downstairs, and
paused it, guys, because yeah, it was buffering again, and I don't fucking know why. I'm getting real sick of this buffering bullshit, dude.
I assume this is in hindsight.
hindsight, yep.
It's killing me too. It's killing me too, lady. It's killing me too.
Please, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Driving me nuts. I might actually reboot the computer and
Do you have a
when the
taser?
break happens.
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't
No.
go off?
No.
What the? No.
You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you.
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
No. You don't do that. That's not what the training is. Sorry, bud.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would have
White
emptied that
and blonde.
magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
That's right.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
Same can't be said for Justin Root.
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
That's the child's an idiot.
So you said that you were you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what? I'm sorry.
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to
Getting older, so yes, slower pace.
Training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Courtney.
Is that right?
Yes.
You know anybody in the Justin Root case, Leah? Because I'm going to be doing that one.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic. Sure.
Riddle's a clown. I do have music for him for all that ridiculous line of questioning. Couldn't you have just grabbed her? Couldn't you have just, I don't know, instead, couldn't you have just like tased her? She's firing a weapon at you and it's jammed, but you know, definitely you could have like tased her instead, right? I mean, that would have made more sense. Don't do your training and shoot center mass. Just, you know, tase her instead, bud. Like, I'm sorry, what now? Like, no. Like, not even a little bit. Not even a little fucking bit. Oh, hold on a second. This is what I think of him. Just saying. Let's see, hold on. This one. This one here. Come on. I have music for Mr. Bradle. I do. Bring on the clown parade, y'all. I showed you guys a few minutes ago how quickly that all could have happened. Okay. Imagine what Noonan said, right? I can't remember if he said sidestep or whatever, but she's got the weapon, right? She backs up, sidesteps, tap racks it again. That's seconds. Bradle is literally making it sound like it took 3 hours to do that, and it couldn't have possibly happened within seconds. What was that? 2 seconds, maybe 2.5 seconds? That's how, and I'm doing it slow. Imagine you're in a panic, right? You're in a panic because you're trying to like cause all this mayhem, right? You back up quickly, you sidestep quickly, you tap rack that thing, it's not working, you tap rack it again. Like all of that happens within seconds. Why is Bradle making it sound like that happened within a 30-minute period? It couldn't have possibly happened that quick. Absolutely could have happened that quick. That's exactly how quick it happens. And I agree with Matt. The questioning is all fucking over the place. You went there to just section her, didn't you? Well, what does that really have anything to do with anything? They have to be prepared for all scenarios. They have to take all of the information they're given about someone that they're about to do this with. You know, if the person has guns in their home, you need to know whether they have any history of being violent or confrontational. If she had just been re-cleared because of mental health, well, now you have to take that into consideration. These are things that you need to know as a trained officer going into these scenarios. The more information, the better, so that you can look out for these things. You don't necessarily plan them. You're not like, yep, I'm going to go in there and section her and take her in. If they wanted to do that, that's what they would have done right away. And I want to make something very clear, because I saw a lot of this in Mike's chat yesterday, where people were like, well, why didn't they get the guns right away? Why didn't they get the guns right away? And then I forget who said it, but I remember someone saying like, well, they didn't ask about the guns. No, that's the first thing they asked about. It's the very first thing they asked about. Yeah, North Andover is a nice area. But it's the very first thing that they asked about was the guns. She told them they were in the basement. Now, let me make something abundantly clear, okay? You cannot, they have no search warrant. So when they're there to seize weapons, they cannot go searching around her house for the weapons. She has to give the weapons to them. So they have no authority or right to just go into the house, start searching for the weapons first, then get the weapons, then do X, Y, and Z. She has to bring them to them. She has to give them to them. They have no search warrant to go searching through her belongings in Massachusetts. That is not the way it works. So essentially, they have to go in and ask her, and she has to give them to them. She lied and said they were in the basement, right? They're asking her. They asked her multiple times about the guns. She claimed they were in the basement, right? But she doesn't bring them to the basement. She starts getting things for the baby, right? Because they're telling her also, like, we got to take the baby. So, like, it's easy to say they should have done X, Y, and Z when you don't really know what the standard protocol is, but they cannot themselves go searching around her house to seize those weapons. She has to give them to the officers. She has to. So they can't wait and be like, okay, well, you know, they should have went and just grabbed all the weapons first. Well, I mean, yeah, but they can't search for them. They have no search warrant for that home. They cannot do that. They have to wait for her to give them those weapons, right? That's exactly how it works. And so I think too many people assume that they could have just ran in there and grabbed the weapons and put them away. Like, no, that's not the way it works. They cannot do that. They cannot. She did have the turtle's phone. She had it. She was hiding it, literally, like hiding it from the court. Like, that's who they gave it to, was Courtney. That was wicked smart. Give the turtle's phone to Courtney. What a smart thing to do. Yeah, if you tried to shoot me, I absolutely can call you a whack job. I call Courtney a whack job because she's a swim fan and she didn't try to shoot me. I'm just saying. That's completely irrelevant, you know? So, yeah, I did hear that he was her partner. So I guess what it was is he was her training sort of officer. He trains like all of the sort of new people coming in or whatever, but they had only done a few calls, as we know now, together. Then she was on like a leave. He worked other shifts, so they weren't like close. They went to calls, a couple of calls, or maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen calls together, but he never really got to know her, you know? So John Fanning. What part of it do you think doesn't make sense, though? Because I'm as soon as they go into a recess, I'm rebooting the computer. I can't keep doing this with fucking StreamYard. It's really getting aggravating. But what part do you think doesn't make sense from A to B? Like, tell me which parts you don't think make sense, because you have to remember, you don't know what you don't know, right? So if you don't know that they can't just run in there and grab, that they can't, that they would have to have a search warrant back, which they don't have. So, you know, there are a multitude of things that people simply just don't know. And that will, if that's one reason why it might not make sense. Another reason why it might not make sense is because you're not getting all the information, right? And like other people said, we were told a few other things that seem to actually not be true now, you know?
So, as I stated at Sidebar, we should discuss in open court what was raised at Sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday,
Sorry, Jethro.
you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission.
Yeah, Erica.
If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom
Yeah, Erica.
and the courthouse and told not to come back. Okay? Do you understand? Thank you. We'll take a break.
Do we understand? You should have just bounced them out, because they're going to keep doing it. Well, that's the thing. You wanted to pretend he's like Keanu Reeves and like he's just going to grab her instead or tase her. Like, that's not even the way it works, sir. Not even a little bit. I know I'm behind on the comments. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I turned the mic down all the way to 22, and it's not even near my face right now. It's over near the screen. And I'm sure he left Lawrence because it is more fast paced and he's getting older, you know? You know, it's when you start getting older, you're like, all right, I liked it when I was younger. Now I'm getting older. I don't want all that anymore, you know? Right? You want to leave the room, grab some tea. I'm sorry. We do have the best chat. I'm sorry. All right, I'll turn down the sound. I'm sorry. We'll turn the sound down on the sound effects. Let's test. All right. I turned it all the way down to 17. Let's see how it sounds now. That better? Is that better? Is that better, people? I love that, Heather. I've been doing volunteer advocacy work for almost 20 years, and since I got sober, including mental health, addiction, domestic violence, like the list goes on and on. Hey, YB, nice to see you, my friend. It's hard work, but it's fulfilling, Heather. So I applaud you, my friend. For me, there's nothing better than helping someone else. There's never going to be a better feeling than being able to help other people. She was cleared, but once again, you have to think about mental health in the way that it is. With mental health, your therapist or your psychologist or psychiatrist can't treat what you don't tell them about. So if you don't tell them, say for instance, you lie to them and you're like, nope, everything's good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling energetic. Like, if you don't tell them you're still feeling stressy and depressy, they don't know. And that's part of the problem with mental health is people can just lie to them. So if in fact she just lied to go back to work and get her weapons back, she would have passed, right? There's people aren't dumb. They know all they have to do is answer the questions the right way to pass, you know, and just not be honest. And that's half of the problem with mental health in general, is that there is a lot left to be desired, because if you're not honest and you don't tell them X, Y, and Z is happening, you're feeling like this, this, and this, then they cannot help you, right? And a lot of people just simply don't tell them everything, you know? It's sad. No, she most certainly will never get it back now, you know? Yeah, not Massachusetts. You should probably go to New Hampshire or something, you know? Well, that's the other thing. If you say that anybody with postpartum depression can't have a gun, then you're basically Xing out all women who might have even just what I had for postpartum, which was very just baby blues, just stressy and depressy. I was on the very low spectrum of having postpartum depression, like on the very edge of it, which I call stressy and depressy, just baby blues, just sad, you know, sad and they'll look like stressed out and like depressed, you know, and then there's a whole nother, you know, there's a whole line of where that can go. And so then you would say to anyone with PPD, and you can't have a gun and you can't, I mean, so that would cause a problem too, because it's your constitutional right. So, you know, I mean, it is ludicrous. The idea that he would tase her or grab her while she's tap racking to unjam the gun to fire again after she's already pulled the trigger is fucking ludicrous, you know? Yeah, the tasers, they misfire, they don't fire, they are notoriously ineffective. I knew I was picking up what you were laying down, Matt. I don't think she was, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure if she was in a facility. I don't think she should have been cleared to go back either. But again, if you just lie, they'll clear you, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be dumb. I think it already is anyway, like Leah said. No, she was cleared. I think days before this happened, they cleared her. You know? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's a taser going to do while she's holding a deadly weapon? I mean, that's ridiculous. And also, they wouldn't have called a social worker in this scenario because she had weapons and had mental health concerns. Like, that would have been a scenario where if you had brought a mental health or a social worker in, it would have been outside the home, or to get her outside to speak to someone, not inside the home while trying to collect the weapons, you know? I mean, I don't have a ton of thoughts on him other than he's very, you know, he was in military, so he is a very like military. I do think he was being a little underhanded, and I do think that like they're both sort of using the baby to get it, which is never a fucking good look. I think there's some problems with how he sort of went about certain things, but he wasn't in the room for the shooting. So for me, it doesn't really matter what he testifies to or doesn't testify to. The question isn't what he did wrong to get the order. The question is how she responded to the order, and did she pull a weapon on an officer? That's the question, right? So all the rest is kind of noise. What he did to get the order, noise. That's not really going to matter. That's going to matter in family court, but it's not going to matter here, you know? Yeah, no, absolutely not. I know, right? Is Erica there? Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Who knows? Yeah, maybe I did hear she wanted to be an attorney, you know? I don't know if he's in there. I haven't seen him. I don't know if they were streaming or taking pictures. Who freaking knows? Son, I mean, he can't even right of this case because he doesn't actually care about it. Let's be honest here. Also, I was told this morning by someone who gave me the information. Hey, New Hampshire dude. That is this meeting, but this is more interesting. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you. I was told this morning that Aiden had something to say about Justin's siblings not being married. Now they range from their 20s to their, you know, early 30s ish. So he apparently had something to say about all of them not being married and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you're a serial cheater, okay? A serial cheater who can't keep it in his pants at the age of 45. Who the fuck are you to talk about relationships, sir? I'm sorry, but you were the last mother effer on earth to talk about anyone's relationships and why they're not married yet. Like, I mean, again, does this man say things like this with a straight fucking face? Like, Aiden, take a look in the mirror before you say someone's ridiculous shit. Like, he wants to get so badly at Justin's family that he'll just say whatever. And that's not the right thing to do. You don't just shit on a family because you don't like one person. Also, he's making a lot of speculation about what happened. So, once again, you have the great journalist not actually doing any journalistic anything, you know? I love the floppy-eared dogs. They're so stinky cute. You know? Way better. I love you guys. So, I mean, the fact that Aiden said that just to shit on the rest of Justin's family was quite telling to me. Yeah, he worked for Fidelity. I thought that was pretty interesting, too, that Justin at some point, I think he said 2018, worked for Fidelity. Like, interesting. Yeah, probate's going to be a bitch, you know? I don't know, but see, that's the thing. As an attorney, you have to have your emotions in check, too. You know? You got to have your emotions in check, too, or you're going to make for ineffective, look at Bradle. You're going to make for an ineffective counsel. You have to be honest when it comes to mental health, you know? Yeah, I agree. I mean, family court runs like a fucking kangaroo court, so. Yeah, and that's usually how it works, you know, as long, and then I had that sort of stressing, but again, that was 21 years ago with my oldest, almost 22, you know? Yeah, she's pointing a pew-pew at you. Why don't you just tackle her? Why don't you put her in a chokehold, Noonan? Why don't you buy her an ice cream, take her out for dinner while she's pointing the pew-pew at you? I mean, that sounds like a great idea in Bradle's mind, right? I get Turtle probably thinks that too, you know? You know? I have a lot of telehealth calls myself, my friend, because of my physical, and I don't talk in depth too much about my health because I have a lot of very severe health issues, and just by looking at me on camera here, you would not know the depth of what I deal with, but I don't need the pity, nor do I want it. And so I just am very general about the fact that I deal with a lot of really serious health issues, some of which are my heart. I was born with a bum liver. I got a million other things going on. I have a lot of pain. So a lot of my calls are also telehealth unless I have to physically go and have blood work and things like that done. Well, yeah, it's common sense. You don't pull a gun either. And she was a trained officer. And so I'm glad Noonan said that because, you know, Rachel was like, well, why, you know, she did all this, like she's a movie connoisseur basically. And I said, like, she's a trained fucking officer. That's what she'd be trained to do. And of course, Noonan's like, she was a trained officer. Like, that's common sense, you know? Common fucking sense. I think they both were using the baby against one another in some capacity, you know? Sad. They do not come while a order has already been placed by a judge. They have no authority to be there. They have no jurisdiction, authority, or reason to be there once a judge has ordered something straight through the court. Right? Not everyone has to get married. I've been married, I've been divorced, my first husband passed away. Like, I've done all of it and then some. I've been with my current room service guy, will be 12 years in July. Right? Isn't he the picture of holy matrimony? I mean, talking from a serial fucking cheater. Can you imagine him saying something like that? From a serial cheater, you know? I can't. Well, yeah, see, I bet. Because also at the same time, DCF is not known for their honesty. They'll lie. They'll make shit up. And there's no one to oversee an evil social worker or social workers who will just do whatever. they're incentivized to take kids with Title V funding anyway. So, I mean, the whole thing is a shit show, but there's a reason why people choose to go to the courts to begin with. And if they go to the court first and the judge makes an order, DCF, CPS, whatever it's called in your state, they have no jurisdiction to interfere in that. They cannot interfere in that. They would not be there in this scenario. I've seen a lot of people keep asking that over and over and over. And I wish I could clear it up on other people's channels too, because I saw a lot of it in chat and Mike's, JFK's, and it's like, that is not how it works. That is not the way it operates. If they had been called ahead of time and they had involvement with the family before that, then yes. But Justin went straight to the court, which is actually the smartest thing to do. And so in that case, they're not involved. They can't supersede a court order. They can't get involved in a court order. A judge made an order. That order has to be followed. So they have no right or reason to be there. The cops would have dealt with that. And again, what Bradel seems to forget is every police station, every city, town, whatever, there is no like, well, this is how it's done everywhere. They have discretion to choose what way they're going to do certain things. And town to town, city to city, that might be different. This town might be a little bit different than this town. This city might be a little bit different than this city when it comes to how the police do things. And so there is no like standard protocol for this one thing. Like there is a generalized standard protocol for certain things. But in this scenario, with these orders, they had discretion to do it this way, that way, change it a little this way. Like whatever they usually did is what they did, right? So Bradel trying to make it out like that's not what you normally do. Well, again, if you brought 5 police stations in, they'd all tell you they did it a little bit differently, It's very strange to me that she parked the car so far away. I do think it's strange. With a baby, you want that car as close as possible. Think about that. When you have a baby, you have to bring the car seat. The baby in the car seat, it gets kind of heavy. You do not want to be lugging that thing 150 feet away. You want it as close to the house as humanly possible, So that is kind of an indication that something was not right, Maybe she wanted to pretend she just wasn't home. I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. But again, why call his sisters and his mother names? For what reason? What do they have? I mean, realistically, they're just passengers on a bus. You know what I mean? Like they're just watching it happen. They didn't make these decisions. They didn't cause this to happen, right? Like why call them see you next Tuesdays? Why shit on whether they're married or not when you're a serial cheater like he is? I mean, come the fuck on, I feel like every, not just police station, but DCF worker should have to wear a body cam, not only to protect citizens, but to protect themselves as well. It's a two-way street. I know a lot of pushback that they don't want to wear them. They don't want to wear them. But if you have nothing to fucking hide, there should be no reason you shouldn't wear that goddamn body cam. Sorry, not sorry. There's been far too many instances of filing false reports coming from government agencies, things like CPS, DCF, or cops lying about something so they can excuse what they did or how they did it. Sorry, not sorry, but everyone should have to wear a fucking body cam in those scenarios, I don't know. It's a good question. I think he was late 20s maybe, or maybe mid 20s. I can't remember. Or maybe early, I don't know. I have to look, but I know that it's like, who are you to say when anyone should or shouldn't get married? Yeah, nothing's ever his fault. Everything's Meredith's fault, or Lindsay's fault, or Leah's fault, or my fault, or Kate's fault. Come on. I don't think she could have gotten Yannetti. He would have cost a lot more money, a lot more money. It was definitely a slogan, but I do think that the funding could be shifted to different things. And I think civil asset forfeiture is a fucking joke and slush fund. So they definitely need to do something about that, in my opinion. There are definitely things that they can change about policing. They need to go back to more community policing, and, they don't get out of their vehicles anymore, rarely. Community policing back in the day made more sense because the officers knew everyone in the neighborhood, right? So when there is an issue, they kind of knew about who to speak to and what might have happened. Nowadays, they don't know anyone who lives there because they don't get out of their fucking cars. They don't interact with the community unless it's like a trunk or treat or something. And that's not going to help you know who lives where and who's friends with who and, what good working families are there and what, kind of sketch. Like, you're not going to know that. Community policing has died, I agree. It should be a requirement to any police station. It should be all across the board. like Leah said, weed being legal in some states and illegal in others is ridiculous because a lot of government agencies will just use the whole, oh, well, it's still federally illegal, so it's still a crime. It's like, enough is enough with that shit, you know? Well, that's half of the problem is they have no idea what happens outside of what they see on a stream or what they're told. You know, it doesn't. His family's substance abuse has literally zero bearing on this case whatsoever. None at all. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Matt. Body cams hurt nobody and would be helpful for every person involved. You know? Yeah, you can't bring weed into Florida. It's illegal there. It's illegal there, which is so crazy to me. You know? That's crazy. It should be. Dash cams, body cams, you know. Just think it's the worst. I know far too many kids that have been taken for no reason and far too many that have been left that shouldn't have. I mean, the whole system's ass backwards, you know? Oh, he loves that word. I'll be that. That's okay. I'll be that. I'm definitely going to see you next Tuesday when it comes to dealing with him because I will never allow him to keep hurting people over and over. I don't give a fuck what it takes, you know? Whatever is within my power to do legally, I'm going to do because I've had enough of his fucking shit. And actually, Jason wrote a really good article I read this morning that I'm going to read to you guys during the lunch break that I think you all should hear. That's okay. And, you know, like there's nothing wrong with that. 29 years, you know, and you don't have to marry. Right. Well, I fuck up a good thing. You don't have to, you know, that's a personal choice and not for nothing. But again, this is from a serial cheater who thinks he has the audacity to say anything about anything. And the reason that he came after me specifically was because I didn't lie for him while he was cheating on 4 different women, 1 including his wife and 3 other women. So who in the actual fuck is he? Like, again, he seems to forget who he is sometimes, you know? Or maybe he's convinced himself because he's that delusional that he's just, I mean, he's an egomaniac and narcissistic. So he has considered, you know, in his mind, he is better than everyone else, period. Also, if you guys haven't get a chance, please hit the like button. I appreciate you. I know there's a ton of you watching over there on X, but if you at all can, hop over from X and join us on YouTube. I'd appreciate that. Subscribe to the channel if you already haven't. If you are blocked from previous being a turtle rider and you have realized that he's a lunatic and would like to be unblocked, I have not had to reblock anybody who's asked to be unblocked so they can be in chat and they can, you know, be here. So if you're one of those people, just send me a message or send someone who knows me a message and we'll fix that for you. If you'd like to support the channel, we have 100 different ways you can do so. The like button, subscribing, being here is a good one, commenting is a good one, but we're an independent channel and we cannot get by without the help from all of you because we don't rely on holding on to the Sewer Turtles wallet. We're independent media. We don't have anybody who's going to tell us what we can talk about, what we can't talk about, what cases we can cover, what cases we can't cover, what to say, what not to say. We might piss off someone. None of that matters here. Because we're an independent channel. We have one of the best chats around. We have one of the best communities around, and you don't have to be enormous to have a good community of people. I am very proud of my community, wholeheartedly proud of my community. I love that we can have multiple opinions and multiple sides and everybody talks it out and we have all these great things to say and I love it. Oh, he stalks my page in videos 24/7. And also it does piss him off when the donations pop up. So, you know, let's happily piss him off, number 1. And number 2, our channel needs that support. We're independent. And so we have a goal of trying to get 20 super chats at $5 a piece. But of course, the most direct routes are definitely, you know, the ones that are more helpful, which are our Cash App, Venmo, our PayPal. We do have 2 Amazon wish lists. Those are in the description of the video. We have a link pinned to the top of the chat. That's our Twisted Chats there, credit or debit. Any credit or debit card works for it. We have our Chime and Revolut in the description of the video here on YouTube. Let's get it rocking. Let's get some memberships in here. Let's get some super chats in here. Let's get some untwisted chats. Let's piss off the turtle. Let's rock today on day 2 of this trial. Let's do this shit. Let's do this shit. Married again to Big Bubba when he goes to Shirley Max. Don't drop the soap, bitch. Who's gonna buy him soap on a rope? He's gonna put that on his Amazon wish list. Yeah, medicinal in Florida only. Only medicinal. So medical marijuana. That's it. But you got to get a card. Jolie's right. It's got to be medicinal there. There are police officers that are social worker, like they have trained social worker police officers in certain jurisdictions, and then they also have social workers that work for the police departments and others. You can fly in with weed, but you can't fly out. What? How can you fly in though? It's illegal in Florida. Oh, I guess because it's legal here, you can fly in, but if you get caught with it there, yeah. Oh, Pat, that's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Hugs, my friend. I drive to Michigan. It's only about 34. So my older sister, who I really never get to see, we have the same dad, but not the same mom, and her mom moved her way out to Indiana when I was just a few years old. She's older than me, and I might get to see her every 4 or 5 years or so, but she lives in Indiana right near the Michigan border there. I think my nephews went to school in Michigan, actually. Right, yeah, he's got to get his trial ready. He's got to watch his attorney flounder. We need to plan a party when his trial comes up. His trial. Oh, we've already got that party planned. Mimosas, Airbnbs. Listen, maybe a party bus. We planned it. All right, we've planned it. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you get a medicinal card for weed, you can't own a firearm, and that's another reason why most people have not got one. It's one of the reasons why my husband won't get one. He likes his license to carry. You know what I mean? Like, if you get the medicinal card, you can't own a firearm, which is fucking crazy because that should not interfere with your constitutional right to own a firearm. So that's another problem that I think someone should, legally challenge. But again, I should say, it is stupid. It makes no fucking sense. Oh, hey, you can't have a medicinal card for medicine for weed, or you can't have that would apply then legally to any other medication that could, like pain medication. So it's like, how far are you willing to go with that legally? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. I do, yeah. I don't get to see her a lot. I'm the oldest of the rest, and she lives in Indiana, but I do have one older sister. Other than that, I am the oldest of all the rest. I wish I could say we had a really close relationship, but because she kind of grew up separately from me, that's not the case. I love her dearly. She's my sister, but I maybe get to see her or talk to her every once in a blue moon. Oh, you're in Michigan too? Lots of Michigan in the house, huh? If you get a medicinal card for weed, you cannot get you can't have a firearm. You cannot have a firearm. Oh, Miss GNX, thank you. She's starting out the super chats. Listen, I love road trips. I love road trips. I would love to go on a road trip. I love them. No, yeah, you can't. Swear to God. It's absurd. It makes no sense. Elk, God, elk something, elk. I want to say Elkhart, but I feel like that's wrong. Elk something. Someone who lives in that area must know what the fuck I'm talking about. Thank you, Miss GNX. I appreciate you. She has started out the super chats / donuts today, just to piss off the turtle, man. Gotta love pissing off the turtle. We have our untwisted chats pinned to the top there. Any credit debit card? Elkhart. It must be, right? It is, right? That's what I thought, Elkhart. But I was like, wait, maybe that's not it. It has to be. I remember my sister saying that my nephews, who graduated already high school, but that he went to school in Michigan. So, see, that's what I mean. When you say that someone can't have it because a medicinal weed card makes it so you can't carry a firearm, then how far do you let that go? When someone has Xanax or oxycodone, or you know what I'm saying? Like, then you'd have to ban it for all of them. Oh, thank you, LTG. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you guys. I'm hoping to meet our goal today. Fingers crossed. Yesterday wasn't a great day. I know it's a Tuesday, but used to be that my Sunday shows were the best ones. That just hasn't happened lately, or since I moved, I guess. So I'm hoping it gets a little better over time here. Aw, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, the law's fucked, you know? Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Yeah, trials are always hit and miss. For me, every show is the best show because I get to spend it with all of you guys, you know? And that's important to me. But if I can't keep the channel running, trials are hard. A lot of the times trials are really, really long, 6 or 7 hours, and people are more focused on the trial than they are of support of the channel. And then it puts the channel in a harder predicament. I don't have the capacity. Oh, thank you, Pat. I don't have the capacity to, unlike some of the other creators, I don't have 10 or 20 or 30,000 subscribers yet. And so a lot of them can rely just on memberships, right? Every month they might, be able to rely on memberships to keep their channel running. I can't rely on that. My channel is too small to do that. So without the help from all of you amazing, wonderful, kind, awesome people, the channel has a harder time. Yeah, Bradle's always pulling some stuff, I feel like. Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can get a strip of oxycodone and Xanax and still have an LTC. That's the part that pisses me off, but you can't have weed and do it. It just doesn't make any sense. Oh, I forgot that we had it on hold on. We're a little bit behind. I forgot about that. We'll bump it up. I should have hit the live button. Well, I'm glad you're with us, Sassy. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to shut up now, but let's try to meet our goal, whether it's a super chat or a direct donation. It all counts. And also, it pisses off the sewer turtle. What better thing to do but piss him off because he fucking stalks my channel like a weirdo? Like, imagine 160,000 subscribers and you're worried about my tiny little channel. Like, why would you be so concerned about my channel? Why? Why? Oh, I know why. Because the truth comes from here. My little truth seekers, and that he cannot have. He cannot have. Always pulling some stuff. Trying to let the family court lawyers sit in. What? Yeah, absolutely not. You cannot do that. You cannot. What a stunt that is.
Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct?
He probably does.
Okay. Mr. Bradle, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
You cannot do that.
And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here because they've been assisting us with various facts.
No.
Would that be all right?
It's not appropriate.
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, they filed appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just let me get your names.
That's really strange to me that you would do that.
So your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
And you?
Ryan Hunter, L-E-O-N-A-R-T.
Okay, welcome.
He wants the family court lawyers for Kelsey to sit in on this criminal. I mean, that's just not appropriate. I don't even know why the judge allowed it.
Just raise what we were discussing at Sidebar. So
Not appropriate.
Mr. Bradle came to Sidebar, asked for permission to explore 3 areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Bradle, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the 3 areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore 3 areas on cross with Officer Noonan on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony. Right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that if there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay. So number 2, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number 2 was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number 3, that
It's just not appropriate.
Officer Noonan allegedly
Never seen someone do that.
Leave,
Weird.
but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or.
So real quick, Leah, Bradle has now asked the judge if the family court lawyers for Kelsey can sit in here with him at the table here, because they have been, quote, helping him with some things in the criminal case, which is, in my opinion, highly inappropriate. I don't even know why this judge would allow it. And the judge said you have to file a limited appearance, number 1. But it looks like he's allowing it, which is really strange to me. Those are 2 separate things. Those aren't really supposed to be mixed at all. And I don't see how this really does anything other than cause a ruckus. You know, it has nothing to do with whether she pulled a gun on the officer or not. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yes, Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work,
and fuck him.
Or a policeman who can't work.
Fuck the sewer turtle.
Performing details in uniform as a policeman while you're out on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from.
They could just watch it like we are.
And North Andover PDs, which I believe
I don't know why she would agree to it.
Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Bradle, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these 3 things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and it has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises
or inducements on their end.
Testimony.
It's nothing to do with the court.
I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better.
Thank you,
I.
Birkenstock.
Let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth,
Who
as
got
I
them?
said before at
Miss
the
GNX,
Rule 17
Rena?
hearing. But
Connie Lewis, your
I
favorite
think
widow.
arguably,
Rena, Doc
and
Tracy.
I want to hear you folks.
Congratulations,
that,
guys.
They could
Thank you
be
so much.
asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado, what's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy because the collective bargaining agreement policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so, in that way, there's no potential promise reward. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please, please.
I didn't write it in my paper as I'm
Sure.
reading it. I think, again, it's both a promise reward. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing or consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
What do you say to
Did she say
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even
Can I
on
take a crack
on,
at
well,
the
even
other
on-
side of it?
No, even on my
It really
theory,
doesn't. I agree with you, Matt.
Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not
All the way up,
not
Cheryl. Sorry.
the DA's officer, the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation, to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. It's he is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony, but he gave, I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation, what, for doing his legal duty, that is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that
Thank you,
can be rewarded
Casey.
for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone
Better be
has
pissed
a
off
rule
than
made
pissed
up
on.
just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule if they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented or is it legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't.
His argument's dumb.
Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the backhander. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, not part of the court team. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradel says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA, he has no case basis to ask you questions.
All right, so, Mr. Bradle, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave, I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated at Sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant action, adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
To assert generally what?
I won't say
Your sources,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is.
What happened to the audio?
That this.
Hello?
I won't say anything relative.
NBC 10. We can't hear anything.
Reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And
You guys rock right now. I'll tell you guys rock right now. I appreciate you guys more than you know.
For appearance's sake.
But can NBC 10 give us the fucking audio back?
No sanction whatsoever.
Sirs and ma'ams, you hit the audio. Somebody at NBC 10 has to tell them, like, hello.
He missed a shit.
I mean, Bradle's argument is really nonsensical. He's basically arguing that he wants to talk about whether Noonan basically has a job. You hear it? Oh, it must be me then. Hold on.
You missed the shift.
Hold on.
You were deemed AWOL, and you only received a public written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question. And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, Your Honor. Minimum,
Okay.
we have that.
All right, so.
These are the headphones that are dying on me.
The last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and.
What's the source of your information?
Another whistleblower. And, they come to me in good faith and,
And have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Listen, frankly.
The answer is no. He doesn't vet them. Conspiracy couch, anyone? He doesn't vet shit.
If this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Bradle, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you.
He isn't
really saying this for our audience, not you. personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument.
They're not whistleblowers. They're turtle riders who made shit up.
As to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth? Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan. Thank you, Officer Noonan. Mr. Breda, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
They write notes.
Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
And you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also
Turtle riders.
are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer.
I thought it was one
in
question.
details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And
It's not a yes or no
that is an
question.
accommodation that
He
was
can't
made,
do that.
via a side, may I inquire, or?
I love that for you, Miss GNX. I love it.
Next question.
That
One.
is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
No, you've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Breda, next question.
All right.
Judge is playing games today.
Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
Objection.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Objection. He asked more than one.
Hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me hear the question, Officer Noonan. Please don't answer it
Yes,
until
sir.
I hear it.
So
Go ahead.
the question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your
Takes
file
mile. Just one
was
question
originally
each.
not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right, yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay,
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
all right. So.
Okay, that's all I have, then, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross? Right, I'm assuming that you're.
In that area,
Okay,
right,
all
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of
see.
things.
The poor guy was
You
shot
gave
at his face. You know?
recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you said that there was discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about her or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
It could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay. So we're going to have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked?
Why isn't all this done ahead of time as it should be? Brad doesn't know what he's doing, so he's got to ask crazy Courtney. It's fucking bonkers to me. The fact alone that I can tell that he took questions and thoughts from people from Mike's chat and ours to use in court today is fucking crazy. And you can tell.
Just taken out a restraining order, and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
If they need to.
So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't.
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 50 days.
Because she shot at him.
Because she tried to kill me.
Yeah. That didn't go the way Bradle thought it would.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, you asked me, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes,
right?
it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978. Just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't
Apologize.
think before asking some questions. He just sounds stupid. Want to know why? Because he takes them from social media, or Aiden tells them to him from our chat, from Mike's chat, gives them to Bradle, or Bradle looks himself. You can tell between his questioning yesterday of people to his questioning today is different. He's also using the exact same questions and phrases that people used in Mike's chat last night over here and on Twitter. I mean, that's crazy to me. That a lawyer would be that lazy. Can't come up with his own goddamn questions. It's fucking crazy. but I also don't think Bradle's too right. A lot of it is narrative. It's him speaking for the witness, not asking the witness to testify. Just like Aiden, he likes to narrate.
First of all,
You did this, didn't you? You said this, didn't you?
Yep.
Which, if I'm the prosecution, I think they've been asleep at the wheel here.
Okay, so
You object.
this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down.
Probably why
This
he
is,
asked about
the
AI
black
glasses.
part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue,
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a.
Yeah, but they should have.
Yes.
How is that relevant?
His answer was, he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, if from where I sit.
Yeah, what are we
it's tricky
doing?
That when the witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And so-
Fair enough.
And I think I.
Yeah, there's
can
no
do
need.
that. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
We've moved on.
So we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
I get the state's letting him dig his hole, but at the same time, you have to object to some of this nonsensical
You can
shit.
agree that that's pretty personal stuff
Mhm.
to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very
I
well.
love you, Steve.
Again, senior officer. She's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her.
Fuck you and fuck you.
And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I tell my doctor to fix me. I say, Doc, can you fix me? Because I can't fix you, but I can bandage you up. And that's how I joke with my doctor. I'm like, can you fix me up,
I'm gonna
Doc?
go back to the
I'm
bedroom
broken.
where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop putting the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? You recall that?
I
Just
don't
yes or-
remember
just
that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for,
Yes.
right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth.
Yes.
Nothing but truth help you, God.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
No relation to
you
me.
painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett,
Didn't you? No.
if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly.
This would have been a justified shooting, yes. It already is a justified shooting. The question isn't whether it was a justified shooting. The question is, did she commit the assault with what she did? The shooting is already ruled good. She pulled a weapon. You can't pull a weapon with officers or you're getting shot. So that's not even really the question. The question isn't whether the shooting was good. The shooting is good. The question is really the assault part of it, Right? I mean, to use that, like, yeah, my doc fixes me up when I call too. I'm having a bad day, right? Like, and it's dark, you call and you go, Doc, I'm having a rough fucking day. Fix me. Please fix me. And that is my ongoing joke with my doctor is, fix me, please. The doctor always jokes and says he can't fix me. He can only bandage me up. But I digress, These freaking headphones, they're literally on their way out. Although I did get around to putting new Beats headphones on the wish list finally. Although they didn't have pink ones. I was really upset about that. But they have black ones, so I will settle for the black ones. And I think they were only like $40 instead of like the 80 that my husband paid for these ones when I got them for Christmas a few years back because I needed a good pair of headphones. These ones last forever, and I only charged these a little bit this morning. I totally forgot to last night, and my other pink ones are charging. Tell mine crayons are breaking more. Not supposed to eat the crayons, Heather. Harold and the purple crayon Betero might be upset with you for breaking his crayons, okay?
With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you wanted to hear for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you wanted to hear for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it.
If he's
I don't
not
know.
asked,
You
he
said
won't,
that
he's not
she
going to answer
reached
it.
up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her why, and she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If it's
That's
there,
what you
then
said,
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
and you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
Also, if you're not
You
asked if
forgot
like,
about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that happens. That happens, bud. You're also not asked to tell the story from beginning to end, so it's not a part that you would.
You're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as.
It's not a part you would say if you're not allowed to tell the whole story.
Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun,
Yes.
that officer portrait?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, that's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No,
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Bradle, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for a state of mind.
thank you.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you put a sidebar before
Well, before the witness departs, oh, you were almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar. stay around. Okay, thanks. Go
I
ahead.
don't have to say it.
Thank you. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Stephen Core.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can have a seat, or I guess good morning still.
Good morning, Your Honor. If I may.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Core. Stephen spelled Steven. Last name is Core, Corr.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay, what are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day.
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes,
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I do.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
So we're
I was on mute on purpose. I had to take a
I'm
call
sorry. Excuse
from
me.
someone I'm helping with short-term disability and
Sure.
PFMLA claim.
You said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road. On
Secret
Woodward
squirrel.
Road, up by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board of my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs, and there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs.
Correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs, there was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay, and who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly, I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay. What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, secure that firearm. And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
That picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of the white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct?
Yep, they come out. You press the
And then
button,
after that,
magazine comes out.
back the slide.
Make sure there's not one in the chamber.
Sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the
Chamber.
the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this image.
Not agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Okay. Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing that was at the top of the stairs, I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, Zomar.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet.
Okay.
I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations with him?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross. Mr. Brito, cross.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, sir.
Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
Only because to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not write a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct? At the time?
I work
In that
with him as a
time interval?
coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
to the
happened to
30th?
July 30th,
July.
he's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything you got?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Ballistics.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
All assignments or what I'm doing now?
Start from when you graduated from the academy,
Okay.
briefly.
All right, so graduated the academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the firearms identification section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the narcotics inspection unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the narcotics inspection unit, and then to firearms identification section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the firearms identification unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the firearms identification unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training that is required amongst them and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yes, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors, so I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, making sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armorers courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings here. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armorers courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armorers courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And how many weapons have you test fired?
Over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the firearms identification unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
Okay. And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands.
And how many scenes have you responded to?
Hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes.
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
Yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex?
Yes.
Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So we have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gases build up from the burning of the powder, projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is what's commonly known as the bullet,
Yes.
and the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes.
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, so it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally, you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it could sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twists. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they are in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
Sorry, did you say what marks?
A bunter mark. A bunter mark.
Can you spell that for the court?
It's bunter.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
Thank you.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
I can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. It will strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that
Release.
transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. Will engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the.
No, they give prescriptions for morphine for pain patients.
What
Doesn't do
part
much,
of
but
the
they do
gun
give
is that?
prescriptions for it.
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon. So
the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top.
True that, Pat.
Tension for live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I don't recall.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part on the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered two discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crime scene services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just ask that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, Counsel, Mr. Brady, will the defense be? Perhaps,
I thought there was an objection.
okay. Perhaps when, hold on a second. Perhaps when you're done, when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradle, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them. Take your time, Mr. Bradle.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection.
Okay, let's have Mr. Wayne mark those individually. You said there were 9?
Exhibit 81 somewhere. Exhibit 82 somewhere. Exhibit 83 somewhere. Exhibit 84 somewhere. Exhibit 85 somewhere. 86 somewhere. 87 somewhere. 88 somewhere. 89 somewhere.
Thank you.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you exhibit 83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the closer up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it been moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you exhibit 84. Do you recognize exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a spent projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me one moment? Just step up.
Do you need the picture?
Do you mind putting that back on? Thank you.
What does picture 80, exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of placard number 4 of that spent projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you exhibit 87. What does exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from placard number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
Showing you exhibit 89. What does exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo down there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant, next showing you exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharge cartridge casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharge cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bundle marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to
Yes.
say? And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharge cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
What else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All rise. Let's do a 5-minute recess.
Did he just say, please don't answer the door? I can't. Sorry, guys. I was looking for something else. As always, I'm doing 72, things at once over here. But I don't really know. Like, this is the guy who probably examines the gun. And what he essentially said in tech terms that some of you might not have fully understood is that the only way for the gun to be in the way that it was is if she fired the weapon. And it couldn't have just been accidental because you have to put outside pressure on it to make sure that it's racked and ready to fire. So that's, part of the evidence here, which doesn't bode well for Kelsey, right? And I think the argument would be, oh, she fired it at herself. The problem with that is there's, at this point, multiple people and pieces of evidence that say that she fired it at Noonan. So, I mean, I don't think there's an argument to me about whether she fired that weapon at him. I don't believe that she fired it at herself. I don't think that happened. I think she did fire it at him. But that doesn't, all of that does not change my opinion on her being reunited with her child and postpartum depression. And regardless of whether she did that or not, postpartum depression is real. It can make you do things you wouldn't normally do, say or think things you wouldn't normally say or think. And I understand that part of it. But this part of it, Brittle's not really helping. He put the gun in her hand before the trial ever started with public statements and throwing on his whole, having to play actor, which he's bad at, in front of an audience instead of working on the case itself, which is, him and Bettero's thing to do. They're more concerned about the PR campaign, the Twitter, the YouTube than they actually are with working on their fucking clients' cases and doing the right thing and, being prepared. So, in my opinion, they're just not good lawyers, and I wish they weren't representing Gigliotti, because I feel like they could have gotten a way better attorney to do this. you know, a way better attorney to do this, in my opinion. It just doesn't make sense, you know? Doesn't make sense. And I agree with YB. They were nobodies. They were riding the Karen Reed case, and nobody even knew who the fuck Betterow was until Mike had him on, right? Mike's show is the only reason why people know who he is. And then, you know, Mike decides on his own that he's not going to have Betterow on anymore, because how can he have on the lawyer of the guy that's shitting on him, right? Even though, you know, having Betterow on was one of his biggest money-making shows, he made that choice. And then I heard, after I had talked to Mike and Mike had told me that, then the narrative of these people was, oh, well, it was Betterow that decided not to go on Mike's show. Nope, that's not what happened. Actually, Mike decided not to have him back on, because how can he have the lawyer of a guy who's shitting on him on in good conscience? He can't, right? It's common sense. I really wish he wasn't representing that estate. And I can tell you, once we start digging into the Justin Root case here after Kelsey's is over, you're going to kind of see the difference between Noonan here, who fired 2 bullets and said, my job is to neutralize the threat, not empty the clip. Well, in Justin's case, they, you know, did more than just fire a few and neutralize the threat. He's on the ground, and you now have surrounding officers shooting at him. That is horrendous. Within 30 days, you're clearing these officers who surrounded him with guns and started shooting him while he's on the ground. He's no longer a threat, right? Noonan didn't keep shooting after she went down. She's down. And even though she's hidden behind things where she could try to do something, he still didn't keep firing, because that's proper, right? Neutralize the threat. Threat's on the ground. You don't have 5, 6, 7, 8 officers continue to fire all at once at someone who is on the ground already. That's nonsensical. And how could they be cleared? That's clearly A, excessive force, B, excessive deadly force. C, he didn't even have a real weapon. And if you can't tell the difference between a plastic paintball and a real weapon, had you ran the man's plates, you would have seen his history pop up of mental health concerns. You probably would have been trained way better off to know how to deal with a scenario like this. Part of his, I think he was schizophrenia, I believe. Part of his schizophrenia was to believe he was part of the, you know, cops or whatever. And so he carried that little thing with him that day. That a well-trained officer should know a gun doesn't look like that. Know what a paintball gun, or any sort of toy gun looks like versus a real one. Never mind the fact that when they fired the first 15 shots at him in the middle of a public area, they shattered it. So you know there's pieces of it left on the ground. Yet here you are chasing him down, and after he's on the ground, you're firing 31 more shots at him? I mean, no. No, what I'm saying, he didn't have a weapon. He had a plastic paintball thing. That's not a weapon. And again, if a real officer can't tell the difference between it, and it was see-through. So it wasn't even like one of the paintball guns that like look like a real gun, you know? They have like the orange tip on them, which most of the time fall off or break off anyway. But it was like see-through. You could see the wires, and like they were just clearly A, not well trained, and B, what the fuck were they doing, dude? Firing all those shots, A, in a very public area, and B, then surrounding him while he's on the ground and firing another 31 shots. Another, just unloading basically on him. That is not proper. That's excessive. Never mind the fact that he never had a weapon. Unarmed. He's unarmed, okay? I think that the Gigliotti family can do better, and I really hope that they don't fall into the habit of listening to turtle riders and people like Aiden and just being like, oh yeah, they're a good attorney because these people say so. Like, people, do your own research. Don't just fall into the habit of going by what someone else tells you. Like, go and look what an attorney should look like and should do versus what the fuck this clown does, okay? Because I got a lot of sound effects for Bradle here.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendants are present.
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a
Yeah,
number of
Freeman Women's, they
firearms?
started it.
the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There was 2 North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I'm sorry, Pat.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly?
Now you know what I went through,
He
but
had-
times 1,000.
This
Times a million.
only happens in Lawrence. But the window's open over here, which is what we need for, because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble hearing. Do you mind closing that? Sorry, and you're gonna have to repeat those last question and answer. I didn't.
Yeah, he was coming out of a mental health treatment going in and then coming out of a mental health treatment building.
Thank you. Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any.
Yep, agreed.
4 rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm?
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes,
Ethel Machado's bored because she doesn't know what a trial's supposed to look like.
The judge was distracted by the outside noise, so, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Breda. So overruled.
Machado knows nothing about any of this. That's why she's bored. Same reason why the turtle gets bored, because they can't differentiate these or know what the fuck anybody's talking about. That's why she's bored. She wouldn't know forensics if it punched her in the face. That's why she's bored.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as 1 loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct this with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all 3 weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class cartridge, as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings and the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
Yeah, I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with.
I'll do it
Yeah,
again.
cry about it, LTG, and get people to donate more money for crying, I guess. It's not as, you know,
All right, we have a
it's not as money
trigger lock that
making.
was provided
Trials
here.
aren't as money making.
We have the firearm in question.
They're not.
It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for, as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's, we're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Bradle, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No,
I don't know, are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this.
I would ask that you just wait to
Sure,
put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
sure. Thank you.
How about we do the gun in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box.
Yeah.
91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is a magazine.
93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round. 95 test fired ammunition. 96 test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber around. You take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking, that's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17?
7. The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17
17.
is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it
It's a lot to
17,
fill a tank.
So essentially 18 live cartridges.
So she doesn't care. That's the difference. Ethel Machado just simply doesn't care. She doesn't have the capacity to actually give a fuck. That's why. She's like Aiden. I saw Jen Altman post that. Like, to be fair,
In
my
that
car would be
black
denied
box,
too.
in this-
I'm fucking broke, but I mean, she pretends that she makes like buku bucks. I mean, which she probably does, but I guess she spends it too.
80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you examine this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many
Correct. Civilians aren't allowed to have them.
There was one loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the one loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
It's exactly right, Patty. You just parrot
Are you
everything he
familiar with
says.
the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens
Allie.
if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection?
No.
Demonstrate with.
After conspiracy,
A
Pete,
dry
I'll be
fire with
listening.
no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile, particularly in the chamber.
Yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
Right. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. We've moved the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And in order to reset it, now you have a dead trigger. It's not doing anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. That's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder. Powder is going to build up gases. Projectors are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit the ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All in one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon, but no bullet in the chamber.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pull the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. No further questions.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasoro.
Bonasaro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me, no.
Okay. And let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
Okay. And so just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach, Ron? Yeah. Let me show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradle, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that more, Your Honor. Sure. The question was, the projectiles and the loose round, do they all have the same head stamp?
the 2-discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp. Correct. Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you. Sure. As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was no there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
Okay. And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex detective unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not.
Correct.
And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely
Last I heard, it was 6 weeks and
people
Ethel
at
still
the
hadn't
scene
sent
tell
them.
you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges.
That's why it makes it
firearms,
harder
right?
for people like
Yes.
me, though, Magic.
And
Because
in
people
this
want to
case,
see that disgusting shit.
you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there and we'll go through it. So you.
It was like 6 weeks and she hadn't still.
Wrote a
People were
report.
complaining.
And again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
I agree, YBE, that's exactly who it was. We all know it. Ruining someone else's career, job, life.
Time to break for lunch, do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go
Okay.
without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's. do
Imagine
that.
not
So,
making that a priority,
let's
though.
stand in recess
If
and
you are
start
selling
back
them,
up at
she wasn't giving them
5:00.
away. They weren't free. She was selling.
The gun lock on.
One second.
So if you're selling them and they're not free, right? Then how do you wait 6, 7, 8 weeks before you send them out if you had a whole auction selling whatever stream and you do that? Sorry, guys, I definitely feel I'm getting sick for sure. I thought so yesterday. I thought maybe it was just my allergies, but I can feel it in my body. I know, like, why do you wait 6, 8 weeks, like, to do it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If that's part of like what you did for your audience, and that is, and here's the thing, it's not like she's me, right? Like, I don't have a vehicle, right? So I'd have to wait for someone to bring me, or I'd have to pay to do an Uber, blah, 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 right? She has a car. She drives around complaining about fucking box trucks in their own driveways with businesses on them that the people own. Instead of doing that whole thing for an hour or two, she could have brought them all to the fucking post office. Let's be honest here. Oh, and then she does the whole, people start complaining, and you're right, it fell onto the bottom of my list of things to do. Like, that's such a weak ass excuse. It's a weak fucking excuse, you know? And I mean, to be fair, I guess I'm not talking to myself, but I'm talking to you guys, and, you know, and I don't always have someone else on with me for a back and forth, but I've been doing this long enough to know that if you can't find something to talk about, or then it's A, time to wrap it up, or B, turn to your audience. Like, if you can't connect with your community, which I see a lot of these people just completely ignore their chats most of the time, unless it's a super chat, they just ignore it. And I think that's another thing I take pride in, is not ignoring my fucking chat and the things that people have to say, because they bring up really valid points, things you might not have even thought of for part of the discussion. You know, it's weird. Like, everybody's got inside jokes, but the meowing is a little fucking much, you know? Like, listen, life's fucking tough. Get a helmet, right? Believe me, I have everyday struggles that she doesn't. I mean, again, she's living in her mother's house that she pretends is hers. It's her mother's house. The mortgage is in her mother's name. The house is in her mother's name, right? And you have people like Willie the Marlboro Cowboy living in his mother's basement, and they have something to say about us being poor. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't make money off of the back of a trial while I was following the sewer turtle and every word that he said, assuming it was true, which we now know, unfortunately for him, he can't help but lie. So I have this thing called boundaries and a little bit of ethics and this thing called integrity that I like to keep. And so I'm not going to do shit just for another dollar. I'm not going to fucking do it. Sorry, not sorry. And yeah, it probably would have made me a lot more money and a lot more subscribers, but that's not the way that I operate or do things. It's just simply fucking not, I don't have much to say about other people unless they have something to say about me or they have to do with the sewer crew. Those are my only, they talk about everyone and anyone they possibly can. It's not how I operate. Harmful people deserve to be called out, and they are harmful people. They don't care about anybody else but themselves, and they're willing to get other people fired, ruin their lives, their livelihoods, which then in turn hurts their home, right? Their place to live, their ability to pay rent or for food. I've been crawling out of that fucking hole for 2 years for a mound of lies that was placed up on top of me that I did not deserve, simply because the sewer turtle could not be honest about just being a serial fucking cheater. He couldn't be honest about that. Therefore, I had to be, public enemy number one. And which I applaud those of you who went to go investigate for yourselves and not just take his word for it, because that's how some of you found me, And I hear from people all the time privately. They're like, yeah, I was looking for a villain that I didn't find. We've heard that so many times. I feel like I'd be rich if I had a penny every time someone said that to me. It's just weird, Here's the thing. I have no problem with people making money, but it's the ethical boundaries that bother me. Like it's the ethical boundaries that fucking get me. Just doesn't make sense. Some people do this as a job because they think it's a way to get easy, quick money. Other people like me believe in one day this turning into something that will help many people, many victims, many cases, many things in many different ways. I have plans, I got it all mapped out in my head. Even if it takes 10 or 15 years. In 10 or 15 years, if I have 1 million subscribers and I'm making decent money, the things that I could do to help other people with that money, I have a long list of things that I could do. Things I would love to do. I don't think any of these people could give a fuck less about doing a single thing for anyone else if it doesn't benefit them. And that's the part I think that bothers me the most, is they don't give a fuck about anyone. The victims' families. They pick sides fairly easily in a case, and it's okay to have an opinion. It's another to do what the turtle does and take the extra step to now bullying Justin's family, using his turtle riders to call them names and talk about whether they're married or not. Whether Justin's brothers and sisters are married or not is irrelevant, especially coming from a man who is a fucking serial cheater and can't keep it in his pants. I mean, this is a 45-year-old man who's still trying to videotape having sex with people and then sending those videos to other women. And I'm not kidding. I've talked to many of his exes. Okay. What he does is he will send these women that he meets and say he's known them for 2 months. He will literally send them videos unsolicited of him and another woman, because he believes that's going to turn them on. He believes in his sick mind, and this is what he's told them, that by them watching that they're going to want to do that. Right? Or that they're going to be impressed by him in some way. Like, that's the sick, first of all, men, we don't want unsolicited dick pics. Don't do those. Okay. As a woman, please do not do that. Number one. Number two, we don't want unsolicited sex videos from your exes. It's fucking weird. And no, showing them to us is not going to want us to make us do that. As a matter of fact, what it's going to make us do is feel like you're kind of a fucking creep, dude. But he does it. And he's been doing it for years and years and years and years. Again, ego, narcissism, all plays into it. Okay. Oh no, she didn't give them away. Nope. Yeah, shipping. Oh, amazing, right? It's crazy to me, you know? Bradle, he's definitely worse. He's supposed to be an attorney. Well, I think Erin saw through what was happening fairly quickly, you know, and I don't blame her. I really don't. I don't blame her. Of course she is. You know, it's funny because she often mentions, well, this will make me more money. This will, you know, I'll make content off of it. There are just things that you shouldn't be making content off of. Her making content off of that lady, whether that lady was really in a crisis that she met at the park, or she was really just needing to speak to someone and like had a trauma that she was finally ready to share, no matter who it is that she wants to share it with, was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. You know, just didn't give that lady a choice. It was, well, now you get a predetermined location and a predetermined time that you're going to meet this woman and talk to her. And instead you pull up and you're like, well, I'm streaming right now. No, they can't see you. They can only hear you. But then you don't give her a choice. The choice is she either gets to talk to you and everyone can hear her, or she doesn't get to talk to you at all. So not really giving someone a choice like that. And if they are in a mental health situation, I mean, that couldn't be more disgusting if you tried to make content out of that. It's fucking gross. You know, it's just gross. He's on leave. He didn't lose it yet, but he's on leave, you know, which is, again, not right. Nobody knows the inner workings of this relationship, right? Just because everyone's told Justin bad right now does not necessarily mean Justin bad, right? You can think he's kind of egotistical and a little entitled. Totally fine. But you can't just be like, okay, well, Kelsey's been painted into this light that she's the victim and he's the bad guy. And that doesn't work out well when you allow people like the turtle and the minions to paint someone in a light like that, because the reality might be very different. How many people has Aiden used that brush to paint as a villain, including myself, when that is not anywhere near the reality? You should always learn from your mistakes. And if you didn't learn from that already, which clearly some of those people have not, right? They just take whatever broad. And the problem is some of these narratives come from Aiden, but then people will hear them from other people, right? So say some of the Aiden content creators hear it from Aiden, they parrot it and they repeat it. Then a bunch of other people repeat it. And then someone's just on Twitter and they're seeing all these random just chatters saying the same thing over and over. Now they're going to believe that that's true. Right? They're going to believe it's true because so many different people are saying it. So it must be true, right? No, this is why I tell you guys, do your research. Do your damn research. Do not just take what I say or anybody else says. Do your research. Make sure it's correct. Make sure it's right. This is why I always try to say, in my opinion, or my opinion is, to differentiate what my opinion is versus what's a fact or what my knowledge is or what my experience is in that scenario, because there's a big difference, you know? There's a big difference. For me, I mean, to be fair to them, YBE, they make way more dollars than I do. And a lot of that is a tactic of not reading your chat unless it's a super chat, so that people will want you to read their chat, and so they'll super chat more often. I just don't do that. I think it's underhanded, and that's not to say there's anything wrong with that, because I understand as a much smaller creator that for me it's more difficult, right? As I said earlier, if I was a channel of 30,000 or 60,000, I wouldn't even have to talk about donations, because there would be a steady stream of people who watch me that donate all the time, right? And so I wouldn't ever even have to mention it, or my channel would be able to sustain itself on ad revenue and memberships alone. I wouldn't ever have to say anything about it. I could leave it scrolling at the bottom and call it a day. That's not so when you're, you know, under 10,000 or 20,000. Right? Like, unfortunately, you have to mention it because some people are so involved in the content that they forget, like, oh, wait, like, I do want to support this channel, or I do want to send a donation because I do want this person to keep bringing content. Now, that's all well and good if the content creator can do it themselves and they're, you know, have the means and the money to pay for the cost themselves, then cool. Then maybe they might not have to ask while being small. Not all of us have that option, right? Not all of us have the extra money to float to pay for that to keep it going and running. And I'll tell you, it's a fucking struggle. It's an absolute struggle. So, I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that once I'm over that sort of 10,000 to 20,000 threshold, that I won't have to say it. I won't have to talk about it, right? It won't be a necessity. But it's very easy for the people who are over that threshold. They seem to forget how they had to start out, what they had to do to get to that point, right? They seem to forget that they too had to ask for help to get there, right? Once you're there, you don't have to. But before then, yeah, you know, you kind of have to, you know? I love engaging with you guys. It's one of the best parts of my day. I get to meet so many different people from so many different places and engage with them from all over the world. Not too many people can say that they get to do that. And also, I get to suck in like a sponge your experience, your viewpoints, your knowledge, right? And you mine, right? And that's a beautiful friggin' thing. It is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I think too many content creators take it for granted, and they don't take advantage of everything streaming has to offer. It's not just money, right? It's connecting. It's making those connections all over the world. And, you know, for instance, if one day I need an interior decorator, right? One day I'm making good money and I need someone to help me decorate. I'm not a great decorator, okay? Maybe one of you is, right? And then I could be like, hey, so-and-so said that they do this, right? Like maybe I can hire so-and-so to help me do it, right? These are the things that sort of pop into my head, right? Like if there's a way to give back to my community in that way, like I'm going to do it, right? I hope to do like giveaways eventually, whether it's a gift card or an item, like I hope to do those eventually, right? Like, you know, I have so many big ideas, but I also eventually hope to be out in the public and sort of running down leads on old, cold, missing persons cases that people haven't looked into in a really long time, and be outside and cover it all. I have somebody who can do the camera for me, although I still have to get a camera for that. But I have plans for where I want the channel to go eventually, but that's going to take time, it takes money. I have to have a car in the meantime, which I don't have yet. So like there's steps, right? There's steps to where you gotta go and where you're headed. And I guess you could skip steps by just being an asshole, you know, like the sewer crew, but I'm just not that person. And so for me, every step is going to be taken the way it's supposed to be taken, because I can't in good conscience do some of the shit they do just for funsies, you know? It's not who I am, you know? I mean, you can stop the chat yourself. I stopped it right here. So I stopped it at 102. So I'm like 10 minutes behind I stopped it. I can stop it myself and go through all of these comments. I'm extremely grateful because I have a great community, and I don't think anybody can say like that my community is not welcoming to people, that they're not kind to people, that they're shitty to people. They're not, you know, there are some really nasty people even in their communities that are just really nasty, you know? I have an 8-year-old, so I feel you guys' pain, especially when you're home or you work from home like we do, and you have just a kiddo in you, unless, you know, the husband probably comes home at night, or if you don't have a husband or whatever. Like, it's nice to be in a place where there's other adults and not just mommy, mommy, mommy every 5 minutes, or daddy, daddy, daddy every 5 minutes, right? Makes you feel like, all right, we're having some adult conversations here, you know? Better own his purple crayons. I just laugh at him at this point, you know? And you shouldn't feel bullied or laughed at. Like, there are no stupid questions. I tell people this all the time because people will say in chat, like, I know this is probably a stupid question, but there are no stupid questions. Just because you don't know the answer to it doesn't make it a stupid question. Even if you think everyone else knows the answer to it. It's not a stupid question because you don't know the answer to it. So if you don't ask the question, then you don't get the answer, right? And I'm an inquisitive person, right? I not only need to know the answer, but I need to know why the answer is the answer. So I need to deep dive into that shit. And not only that, but I want to know what the answer is from 17 different viewpoints and which one makes the most sense and how they got to that answer, right? Like, again, I'm inquisitive like that. So I need to do like a whole giant, you know, dive into all the answers for all the things I want to know about. You know? Oh yeah, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Some of those people are so funny. Will's never met me a day in his life. He doesn't know a single thing about me. That's the part that gets me. You don't know a goddamn thing about me. You're told not to like me. I can see by your actions what kind of person you are. Will, easily led, easily, you know, if someone threw $100,000 on a fishing line for Will, he would follow it. If they told him he had to trash 75 people while chasing it, it's exactly what he would do. It's the kind of, like, those actions show what kind of person you are. If you're willing to just trash someone because a proven liar, a proven con man has told you to, then in my mind, you're easily led, you're brainwashed, and I hope you make it out of the cult. But those are not the types of people I want to be around. You know? I mean, that's not a shocker to me. They've been doing that for 2 years, almost 3, you know? It really doesn't faze me. That's the funniest part, is they think it does something. It doesn't do anything. I block your dumb idiot trolls in about 17 seconds. So, I mean, that's it. They show themselves who they are, and then I get to block them from the channel. I never get to see them again. I don't ever have to worry about it again. So once they show themselves to me, I'm just like, beep, boop, never have to think about you again. Bye. You know? It's just gross, you know? Oh my God, imagine, Pat, charging $25 a pop. Well, I mean, yeah, I think we've all watched porn at some point, but I don't want to watch some creepy guy who is like trying to like date you or whatever, sending me videos of him and his ex. It's weird shit, bro. You know, it's gross. No, thank you. I mean, I definitely have been through mods over the years, but you learn to like who is a good mod, who isn't. I like a good mod that's on top of things, but I also don't like if someone is just like blocking everyone for no reason. I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being told how to run my channel. Most people know that already. There's a reason why I'm independent, right? But my mods do very well. You know, some of them are in and out a lot and aren't always here, and then we have some that are always here. So like I like that sort of mix, and if I need a new one, I'll always say something, and I know there's a group of people I can pick from that I trust, and so that's important to me, you know? Yeah, you learn how to be a mod, and that's also a thing too. If they've never been a mod, there's a learning curve. I gotta learn, you know? Gotta learn. Can you schedule a journal live stream? No, I'm going to. So yeah, I mean, that's the shit, you know? I'll tell you right now, if I said she shouldn't be a cop, there's a reason. If they knew background, they'd agree. Well, I do know that there's some background out there about her. But what the hell? Am I buffering again? What's happening? Well, that's the thing. They just, so it's, okay, he's a bad dad. Why? Because again, none of these people actually know his fathering. And to me, that's just like a very generalized statement. Because of the rumors you've been told, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is you can't just base it on rumors and what other people say. You have to actually have something to go with that, you know? That quit, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it looks like a troll. Again, I was explaining yesterday, it looks like the troll under the bridge. The troll under the bridge. And yes, Heather's right. It's a lot of mob mentality, which is just shitty, you know? It's shitty. Yeah, they are secretly jealous and do stalk my page. I don't know what they're jealous of, though. Like, if they're making more money than I am, I think what they're jealous of is the sense of community. Hey, Lorelai! I think it's a sense of community. I think they envy that people can believe 2 different things on one case and still come together on others. That they can have back and forths and not hate each other and rip each other apart just because their opinion is a little bit different. And I think they don't know how to operate in that way or that capacity. And so I think that's the jealousy aspect. And I also think that Aiden will never be somebody who's grateful. He'll never be somebody who cares about other people. And I think in other people who are like that, people like me or Leah, I think it really fucking bothers him that he will never be that kind of person. He just doesn't have the capacity. And so to me, it's that secret sort of jealousy stalker stage 5 fucking clinger status. I might need to get a damn whistle that I blow when the stage 5 clingers are coming. You know, I mean, I agree she should accept responsibility and accountability. I do feel like she pulled that trigger on Noonan. You raised your arm, regardless if you were going to put it to your head or not. You had to raise it to get it there. And once you raised it, he is now in fear of his life. I'm shooting too. Sorry, you got to think about that scenario if you're in it, you know? But I do think she'd probably get time served. I don't think that that means that she should never be with her baby or reunited. I think she does need to be. And I think that, you know, postpartum's not a joke. Oh, thank you, Lorelai. And I think that it should be taken more seriously, talked about more often, things like that, you know? I sent, oh, you sent another one? I listened to the first one. We got another one? Houston, we have another. Aw, me too, Heather. Sometimes I just need a good laugh and a good smile, and I know that I can always get it here, you know? I used AI, took a picture of my kitchen now. Oh, that's a good first thing I got. I'm still listening to you today. New black kitchen knobs and new for the bathroom. Oh, I love that. See, I would like pink ones, but I had pink knobs, but I couldn't put them in here because here they are handles, not knobs. And I guess I could just replace the handle with 2 knobs, but then I would need way more. So I was like, I'll just leave the handles. The handles look fine. But I was a little sad because I liked my pink, you know, they're like these pink sort of see-through handles that I had. And I also have I only have a few of these, but I had these in every plug and every light switch in my old place. And I forgot to take them when I moved. And I had a couple extra, but I only have 3 now. So I guess I'll put them here in my office. Although I am sad that I don't have them to put everywhere in the house because I want them everywhere in the house. But these are my light switch. They work for both the light switches that aren't like traditional regular switches. They're like the fatter, you know, white ones. And they also work for the dual plugs that I have, not the traditional old ones, but the newer type ones. And so I only have 3 of these, unfortunately, but eventually, hopefully I can redo. I'm so sad that I forgot to take these out at the old place. Although that would have taken a lot of time, I would have taken them to make sure that every plug and light switch in this house had them too. Because I'm just like, I like the little details like that, man. All right. But I love that. See, AI can do some pretty cool stuff. It can do some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I'm not a good decorator myself. Like I can do little things like that. But when it comes to like putting it all together, I definitely would love advice from someone else. Maybe AI can help me with that. I'm just not creative in that way. I'm creative in other ways, but in the ways that I'm not, AI can be helpful. I'm still going to be creative in the ways that I am, just the ways that I'm not great at, it can help me, you know? It gives me Terminator vibes. Oh, true that, my friend. True that. Oh my God, that's so funny. But again, you have to remember that's AI, so it could be close, but it might be completely off too, you know? Oh God, yeah, you think about that, AI is going to take their jobs, you know? That's probably not good. I would definitely rather have a person do it than AI. You know? It's going to take a lot of jobs, I feel like, you know? Swatches. I love swatches. I love me some good swatches. Oh, see, decorators are like, I feel like most of them live in like California or Texas, some of the, you know, bigger states, you know? There always will be a need for a vet tech. But yeah, you're right. Many people don't have a fallback. I didn't. When I could no longer do the physical job of working at the prison anymore, there was no fallback for me. Until all canines become robots. Imagine. It's going to be a thing eventually. Well, AI will replace jobs. How many and what? Who knows? You know, who knows? God, it's so hot in here. I feel like I have to open the window, but then again, if I open the window, It gets loud. That's my only problem. I forgot my neon signs in the window, and it's bright as hell. It just gets loud. I'm trying to heat down to freaking 50 in here, and it's still hotter than a heater. And I could take my sweatshirt off, but I'm only wearing a tank top underneath because I was comfy earlier. Right? I think I'm a social experiment too sometimes. Is life one giant social experiment for the government? Or just numbers, you know? Oh, God. That's horrible. Right? Like rats in a cage. Like everyone to the rat race, you know? Yeah, there's things that AI just simply can't do that a human can. And that's part of my problem with like Twitter, for instance. When you do a report on Twitter for something that's clearly like against their terms of service, a bot picks it up and goes, nothing to see here. The problem with that is the bot doesn't know context. The AI doesn't understand context. That's why it always needs a human to look at it. The problem is these companies are not using humans. They're simply using AI to do it and not using a human backup, unfortunately. You know, it's weird. No, it's not attempted murder. It's assault. It's a felony assault charge. Oh, I can feel like me getting sick in my throat. Also, I think it's time to switch headphones in a minute. Take these off. I think there's nothing to listen to. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go put on a different shirt. I'll play a song for you guys while I do it. I am hot. Oops. Wrong one. Please hold while the next subscriber you are trying to reach is located, folks. You guys want to hear Larry the DUI clown? Sewer Turtle song? We got a couple. I think we'll play the Sewer Turtle song. Oh, come on. Um, oops, wrong one. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, you sent it 10 minutes ago. All right. Be right back. I'm going to go put another shirt on. Because it is getting hot in here. My back is junk. And so if I bend too much, my legs turn into jelly and literally like want to just collapse and with my back pain. So believe me, I feel you. It was, they brought it to the grand jury for attempted murder, but they didn't get a true bill on it. So the grand jury thought that the felony assault charge would be better, I guess. So it's an assault charge. It's a felony though. It carries up to 5 years. Let's see, before I go change my shirt. Battery with a dangerous weapon. That's the exact charge. It's assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, which is a felony, which makes sense. But that's what they opted for. All right, I'll be right back. In the meantime, please hit the like button, subscribe if you can. We are halfway to our goal on the super chats, but I also count them if they're going straight to like PayPal or Cash App or Venmo. We also count those because those are way more helpful in the long run in the short term. So if you'd like to support the channel, there's one of a bunch of different ways to do so. I will be right back. Enjoy, folks. And then I'll read the article. You guys are going to want to listen to this article. It's pretty good. All right. BRB.
To a turtle, crawl out the drain. Yeah, yeah. Here we go again. Unhinged blogger spewing lies all day. Gaslight king, twisting truth away. Attacks the honest, jealous in a shell. Incites his minions, ringing that hate bell. Scared of girls, yeah, he shakes and he cries. Calls the cops non-stop, what a surprise. Says they're corrupt, but dials them for fun. Missing a shoe, man, you're done. Whining like a baby, help me boo-hoo. Brags, he's the smartest king of the zoo. Low IQ, moving court, felony flop. Argued against himself just to make it stop. Fake account stalking, can't even obey. Third time with a judge, scared of Kate today. To a turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. To a turtle, crying for his crow. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down. Psychic swats a joke, living in the shade of shadow, the spot, mom's house parade. Peeping at box trucks on private land, obnoxious busybody, loudest in the band. Well, either Marlboro cowboy, 50 and frail, mommy's basement, chain smoking trail. Parrots every word, turtles loyal mug, Jimmy bounce on champ, basement shut in slut. All for dreaming of that money train ride. Dirty work doers hiding side by side. But turtles cash, it's a fool's gold scam. Karma's got the ticket, slamming that jam. To a turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. To a turtle, crying waters grow. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Come back, call back, you clown parade. Fake tough guy, but girls make you face self-praise. They go, I'm the best, the court's laughing. Your brain's in the dust. Side pigs crashing, train derailed for good. Karma's dancing like we knew it was. So a turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. So a turtle, crying for his school. Karma's coming back, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Turtle down. To a turtle, turtle protocol. Karma's here, yeah.
Whispers
Eyes in the dark web, screams light up the night. They pull you in with promises, sweet lies in the feet. Click by click, your hopes serve in the dark beat. Online army rises, keyboards turn to knives. Tyrants into muddy, ruining innocent lives. No escape from the swarm, they hunt you down. Speak the truth, they'll burn your world to the ground. Cult of control, greed knows no end. Leaders' delusion needs Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. Greed devours the soul, powers their drug. Control every thought, pull every string, go to any length, break every rule, destroy the rebels, keep the faithful fools. Afraid to question, lines drawn in fear. He's the savior, wipe away the tears. Clouds of control, greed knows no end. Leaders' delusion, he's Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. He preaches from his throne of lies, compares his wrath to holy skies, but underneath the halo glow, a monster pulling strings below. Clouds of control, greed knows no end. Leader delusion, he's Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. Screams fade to black, but the echo remains online. Go forever, breaking the chains.
Okay, I lied. You guys got to listen to 2 songs. You got to listen to Digital Messiah too. All right. So now move that down there. Sorry, I had to change my shirt. And I thought it was appropriate for me to get my public menace shirt. Because today, I'm just a public menace to the sewer turtle, per usual. And his ridiculous coverage of a case that he has no fucking idea about. Yesterday, apparently, he was calling her Chelsea. And also claiming something about a daughter. She doesn't have a daughter, sewer turtle. She has a son. You fucking clown, per usual. Not knowing shit about a case, just regurgitating what he thinks he knows without actually doing any fucking research at all. I hear the clown parade coming. Great old Betterow, sewer turtle, and sewer crew. Here they come. Imagine. All right. So we have an article. Pay no attention to the man. Hold on, let's get off the screen. Is a doofus. Pay no attention to the man behind the Amazon wishlist shower curtain. Before we get started, see my message below. First and foremost, please take a moment if you can. All right, so this is the article that Jason wrote. All right. Donate to Meredith's legal defense fund above. Unfortunately, based on an intentional lie, an unruly mob has set out to destroy her life, including ensuring that they directly targeted her workplace, causing her to lose her job and severely impacting her ability to fight back and the harassment and clear her name. I'll point out this is what he's done to every single person, including myself, knowing that most of us don't have the money to sue civilly unless we get a lawyer who will help all of us at once. This is what he does because there's no real way to fight back other than to call him a fucking liar, right? And when you have brainwashed people into believing that you just simply don't lie, well, that's a fucking problem, right? Right. So, let's read the rest of this because it's important. You don't have to agree with every decision someone has made while they are cooking under the pressure of being attacked by the mob while standing wrongfully accused. God knows many of us have given Aidan Kearney the same kind of grace around the slews of really bad decisions, specifically because we felt he was targeted and being framed. But I'll point out the reason they felt that way is because he told them to feel that way. He told them, I'm being targeted, I'm being framed, wah, 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 I, me, the victim. The problem with that, it was all a facade and a lie. You know? Jason goes on to say, the only different thing in Meredith's situation is that he is the one doing the framing. Well, again, to be fair, he's done the framing in a multitude of situations and a multitude of people, including myself. Framing it as if I did something wrong, when in reality, he did something wrong and I didn't lie for him. I mean, that's like sick. To make yourself the victim when you're in fact the perpetrator is a huge fucking problem, but often a topic with narcissists. They use Darbo. If you don't know what Darbo is, you should look into it, right? Deny, attack, reverse, offender, and victim. So the reverse roles. They pretend to be the victim, and the victim is now the bad offender. That's what they do. Deny, attack. This is the shit that they pull, right? All right. So it says, if it weren't for his lie regarding the illegal wiretapping and his false allegations regarding Meredith having a role in it, most of you would still be blissfully unaware and rooting for the return of the Camelot you built up in your heads. After all I've learned, I now know it was never Camelot. I truly feel for anyone that enters Kearney's orbit on a personal level. If you can and you're inclined to, please donate. So the first thing says a familiar place. I don't think there's any boots on the ground that I know of. Says, last week, the following post caught my eye. I saw this one too. It's from a turtle writer. Everybody's got turtle boy derangement syndrome, blah, blah, blah. Some of us has been reading Aidan's articles for over 10 years before anyone knew his name, and we all just assumed it was some fat kid in mom's basement. We read them because he was funny, informative, and ruthless. Yeah, see, the problem with that was he wasn't informative. He was just going after people he didn't like. The local corruption he uncovered was not being covered anywhere else. Also, I'll point out he didn't uncover actually anything. Someone went to him with the story hoping he would talk about it. He didn't actually dig and uncover anything on his own, ever. We used to joke about behaving at work so we wouldn't ever be the subject of his reporting, but he never targeted subjects that didn't deserve to be exposed. That is just a wholly false statement. He's targeted many people that never deserved it, ever. But that's his thing, right? He has no problem doing that at all. Not at all. Why would he? So goes on. I'll try to just get through it so that we don't miss anything in the trial. It hasn't started back up yet, but it says, it was well written and articulate. Frankly, it reminded me of something I would have written prior to September of last year. It's amazing how a little personal experience goes a long way towards informing your perspective when forming opinions or even reevaluating old ones. Now, this is part of what I feel like I had told Jason a while ago. when he contacted me was, Lindsay isn't the devil, Aiden is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the things that Aiden is doing are a lot of the similar things he did to Meredith. And you don't have to like Lindsay, because I know some people have very strong opinions about her, but to understand that what he did to her, he also did to Meredith and he did to other women. It is a pattern of behavior with him, right? It is a pattern. And the way that what he did to Lindsay was disgusting. But it's the same shit that he then moved on to do to Meredith. And then some with Lindsay. He went like beyond anything that would be justified in any fucking situation. And so, again, he's doing this again to Meredith, right? So Jason said, I used to buy into much of what Aiden Kearney said, and can remember when I had an almost identical opinion as the person above. I mean, who didn't derive a little guilty pleasure from watching people who we were told were horrible get their comeuppance? Now, as I'm most definitely older and likely a little wiser, I wouldn't bet on that last part, I see that not everything is as it appears. I've learned things I wish I never knew. One of the hardest things to see from the bleachers is who the players are off the field. Yeah, I've often told you guys, there's a lot of things that happen behind closed doors you guys know nothing about. So then when it comes down to it, Aiden goes out to the public and says a completely opposite story of what actually happens. You know? Yeah, of course he blamed his fans. I love that he did that, because when he first came after me for my wish list, I was like, bro, my audience asked for it. I'm a small channel. I'm not a large channel. I can afford any of it on my own, right? But my audience asked for it as another way to support the channel. Some of them had like Amazon cards or Amazon credit cards, and they preferred to try to get something from that as their way of supporting the channel. And so I obliged and I made the list, right? And so I love for him that he is then now saying, well, my viewers wanted it. Like, please. He forgets that as soon as he came at me about one, right, there's a very big difference between a channel with 160,000 subscribers making thousands a week and one with 3,000 subscribers not making thousands a week, right? Also, if my audience asks, I have no problem obliging. I don't think there's wrong with anybody having one, right? It's the way he did it after he shit on everyone else for it. Now it's a problem to have one. See, I never shit on anyone for having one because I don't think there's anything wrong with that. My audience asked for it, so I can assume that audiences everywhere are going to do the same thing, right? That's the way they prefer to support a channel, then why not, right? Like, what's the issue? But the fact that he used that as an excuse, well, my fans asked for it. Well, you could have said no, Aiden. You could have said, no, I can afford all that stuff by myself. I'm not going to bother my fans with that. But he didn't. Why? Because he stage 5 clinger stalks me and he was jealous. It's what it is. It's really basic and simple. That's what it is. He's jealous and gets jealous. And as the Amazon packages wind down, now I'm probably going to see them few and far between again. And that's okay. But getting a few things after I moved in, that's a problem for him. He saw an opportunity with his greedy ass and was like, ooh, if these people can pay for it for me, why should I pay for it for myself? Listen, if I could pay for it for myself, I'd have a couch right now, okay? The couch I picked out is $399. It's a small couch, but enough for the kids and I and the husband to use, because we're not all usually on it at the same time anyway. Some people are home, school, but it would be big enough to fit, comes in boxes, whatever. That's a good question, Jan. I'm not really sure who put that lie out that Noonan was Kelsey's part. I mean, they were partners in some calls, so I guess you could, mince words like Bradel does and play this, semantics game of, well, they were partners on some calls. But I'm not really sure who originally came out with that. But I think I might have read it in an article, I believe, that they were partners. I believe that's where I originally saw it, was an article. I can't remember what news station, but I think I read it in an article. Oh my God, never. He'll never stop telling people that he went to jail for Karen Reed, which is just simply not true. He didn't go to jail for Karen Reed. He went to jail for showing up at Lindsay's house and witness intimidating her, telling her that she should throw her phone in a fucking river, threatening her and her children to do what he wanted her to do. That's why he went to jail. He didn't go to jail for Karen Reed. He didn't go to jail for asking questions like he likes to tell people. We all know why he went. We all saw what happened. Yet some people choose to just believe whatever he says, even when all of the evidence is sitting right in front of you to tell you what actually happened. That's the part that bugs me. But again, that's part of brainwashing, is telling them the same thing over and over, expecting them to just repeat it. And then when they repeat it, they believe it. That's part of his thing, right? But I love for him that his Amazon wish list is talked about by some people, because had he just not said anything about anybody else's and made one, I don't think anybody would have said a goddamn fucking thing. But since he had so much to say about anyone else having one, although he didn't say a single thing about his good friend Melanie Little having one, and that also plays into it. If you have nothing to say about the people who have one that you're supposedly friends with, but only the people you don't like, it's bad if they have one, it makes you look like a fucking hypocrite and a clown in the way that you are, sir. Well, that's what he thinks, is people owe him. That's his thought. When he gets something from someone who buys something off his wish list, he isn't going to open it and think, wow, that was really thoughtful and kind of them. I'm so grateful. That was so nice. He's going to be like, cool, I have this. What else can they get me? Like, that's his mindset. And it feels, I feel sad for the people that buy off of it, because I know who he is. I know that he isn't going to be grateful. He's not going to give a fuck, right? Normal people feel gratefulness. Normal people are like, I couldn't buy this stuff for myself, and I am super grateful that people lent a hand to do so. For him, for Jessica, it's owed to them, right? They don't give a fuck. They just want more, right? If something comes once a month, once every 2 months, I'm grateful, right? I'm grateful. All right, let me try to finish the rest of this before it starts up. So basically, Jason says that he used to buy into the shit that Aiden spewed, you know? Now he's older and a little wiser, and not everything is as it appears, and he learns things that he wished he didn't learn, right? And that one of the hardest things to see from the bleachers is who the players are off the field. Content creators are just people. That's correct. We're just people. They're imperfect human beings who happen to have outgoing personalities that lend themselves to attracting fans. I don't know if every content creator is outgoing, to be honest. Generally, they have no special insight, and more often than you think, you are watching a show. Now, this is where I disagree. I don't think that my insight is special per se, but I bring to the table my vast knowledge of and my experience in law, working in the legal system, working in a jail, and being someone who was an addict myself, having gone through the legal system from both sides of the coin. So for me, and I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, I do believe that I bring something unique to the table, and that I don't do like a show per se. Like, I'm not going to put on a fake show for people. I know some people do that, but I'm not going to fucking do that. So Jason goes on to say, a performance designed to give the people what they want. Yeah, see, if I did that, then I'd probably be making the type of money he does, or grifting the way that Jessica does. I don't put on a show for people. Anybody here in this chat who knows me, like in real life, who's been to my home, who knows me as a person, who talks to me on the phone or video chat, visits me, will tell you, like, what you see here, what you get here, is not different from what you get from me as a real human being, right? I choose to be just me. You know, I choose to be just me. I don't choose to pretend to be someone fake. It would feel disingenuous, right? So he says, despite the fact that the actions or the demeanor of those creators and their public persona very often don't line up with who they are as people in real life. Now, that would be true for Aiden and a lot of the sewer crew, which is obviously who he's referring to. But I don't want to paint that broad brush to every creator, because I am a creator, and I know that not to be true for me. And I'm sure there are plenty of other creators who are true to who they are, right? The first person who kind of pops in my mind is EDB. She kind of always has been like covering cases the way that she covers them, you know, and not from a sort of one side Z or the other side Z, but always as like going into it with just like the facts, right? Mostly. And so I don't want to paint a broad brush over every creator, but I mean, he's not referring to every creator, he's referring to the sewer crew. So I agree with that, you know, integrity is priceless, my friend. Can't put a dollar number on that. And I'm not willing to just give that up for being a content creator. It's not going to fucking happen. I don't give a shit what that takes from me and how much longer it takes me to do what I need to do. So be it. Anyway, he said that post got me thinking, and I took some notes when I read it, intending to circle back and give a different perspective than that person. The perspective of those of us who can no longer sit back and pretend. Now it's time, said the letter. So he rewrites it and says, to the victims of Aiden Kearney. Some of us have been reading Aiden Kearney's articles for over 10 years. So a lot of this is like repeating what that lady said, but adding in Jason's point. Before anyone knew his name, and we all just assumed it was some fat kid in his mom's basement, we read them because he was funny, informative, and ruthless. The local corruption he uncovered was not being covered anywhere else. We used to joke about behaving at work so we wouldn't ever be the subject of his reporting, but he never targeted subjects who didn't deserve to be exposed. Jason then says, then something changed. He started to act like his own status as a victim became his brand. He saw the power that came with our loyalty and viewership, and realized he could weaponize it against anyone and everyone he had a personal vendetta against, and use our support as a way to whitewash his own misdeeds. Once a fearless advocate for the First Amendment and against corruption, he started to use his platform to silence any and all dissent, turning on the very people who supported him for years at the slightest sign they disagreed with him on any topic or had their own opinions that didn't align with his. Even worse, he repeatedly tries to use the power of the corrupt state to jail those who wouldn't bend to his will. Instead of the noble crusader for right and wrong, his perceived power that we gave him, became his weapon, and inevitably, he wielded it on us for simply standing for the same ideals he claimed were his own. He became the corruption. Some of us saw it. We tried to pretend that it was just the stress of facing charges or years worth of opposition, but slowly we started to realize this is actually who he is. So the only thing I disagree with here is that in Jason's article, he basically says that like something changed and he became this person. I disagree with that. He's always been this person. Before the Karen Reed case, he was doing this stuff. Right. So it wasn't just the pressure of all of this. Like, this is stuff he didn't just change somewhere. This is always who he's been. And he was doing his shit long before the Karen Reed case. He said, we saw that the noble hero we once thought he was simply a caricature that he created, that we bought into because we were desperate to have an ally to lead the fight against the very real corrupt power. That while he spoke out about his own advantage, he was simply yearning to have for himself. While he spoke out to his own advantage, he was simply yearning to have for himself. All is not lost, however. Recently, many of us realized that we are his power. The power resides in the people, not in the flawed little man with the loud voice, but in the hearts and minds of those who recognize the same kind of corruption in him that we see in the government. Much like the British sympathizers in Boston, who would have preferred to remain under the rule of a king, many of his supporters have been slow to tread out into the perceived dangerous waters of freedom. Slowly but surely, though, a growing number not just from the corrupt government, but from those who would attempt to wield its power for personal gain. But while promising at first, due to our naivety, the common trend between the corrupt power of the state and the corrupt power of the baby king we choose is that ultimately it all smelled like shit. No longer will we be told who we're allowed to like or support, what we need to think, or what we're allowed to say. To hell with Aiden Kearney. He has become the corruption. Standing up to him is no different than standing up to them. You no longer need to be afraid. Some of you have dipped your toes in only to withdraw because you fear the cold. Much like going to the beach at the beginning of the season, you're not entirely wrong. But for those of us who've committed and taken the plunge, we can assure you, come join us, the water's just fine. Support whoever you want. Support them on one thing or support them on everything. Just do it with your eyes open to what's going on behind the Amazon wishlist shower curtain, because once you do, you can never see him as the wizard ever again. Pretty good. I mean, it's just, you hit the nail on the head. This is who he is. It's just sad. It's just sad. My God. So this person's like, we love him. Wish list response is because we love him, right? Jason said, I couldn't care less what you spend your money on, no matter how dumb and desperate it makes you look. You should give him all your money. Maybe then he'll pretend he knows you exist. And that's the truth. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these people. It's just sad, you know, and that's what makes me sad. It's just sad. Sad. So this person, once again, a lot of these people have no idea what happens behind closed doors and the things that he does. They just assume everything he says is true, you know? Like, come on. Well, it really just depends on what it is, right? I mean, you wouldn't put creepy shit on your list. I mean, clothes. My kid's like growing like a weed, so I don't mind when someone, because again, it's a wish list. So what happens is they buy it from your list and it gets shipped right to your house, but they don't get the address. Amazon saves it in there privately and it sends it straight from Amazon. So it's not like it's coming from their home, you know, it's brand new. I did 60 days in jail for you. Everyone owes me. That sounds like him, you know? Sounds like him, you know? Oh my God. Well, he got brand new tablets for Christmas for his kids because he whined and bitched that the cops went through the tablets. He got all new toys and all new tablets and all new this and all new that. Meanwhile, there are struggling families trying to figure out how we're going to get 10 gifts each to our kids. And this asshole's like, man, the cops touched my kid's iPad and went through their toys. They didn't take the toys, right? The toys are all still there. They all exist. And people are like, oh, you poor thing. Let's buy all your kids brand new. He knew what would happen. You know, if he was the last man on earth, I demand a recount. He doesn't feel grateful. He just doesn't, you know? Right? It's always the pot calling the kettle. And the funny part is I don't ask them to. It's optional, right? It's literally optional. I mention it's there because people are the ones who ask me to make the thing. So that's what people, you know, choose to use to support the channel. And I appreciate that. You know, it's just crazy to me. He shit on everyone else about having one. Then he makes one and puts it out there and makes excuses. Like, oh, well, if you get stuff off mine, it's investing in me. It would also be investing in anyone else. I mean, come on. To act like some sort of special circumstances apply to him and only him is fucking delusional, okay? It's delusional. It's a fucking warrant search. They have to check. He is dumb. He is not a smart person, Leah, okay? He's not. So this person is like, it's all her own fault. Decisions were made on her part, and you're blaming a, quote, mob. All she had to do was walk away when they broke up. Here's a newsflash for you, Tony Lynn. She did. Just like every other woman he's ever had. She did. And she had no problem just staying quiet and moving on with her life, but he would not let her. Have you not heard the phone call where she's like, just leave me alone? And he's like, I cannot do that, basically. I will never leave you alone. You need to do this, this, and this, and I don't care what you want, right? Does that not sound like a narcissist and a coercive control psychopath? Come on. Like, come on. It's weird shit. She did this to herself, and I bet she's lying to you. She doesn't have to lie because there are these things called proof that exist. And also with Aiden, there's a pattern of behavior. He does the same things over and over. He doesn't ever learn his lesson. And so Jason said, so you think you know the truth about what happened? Everything you just said is incorrect, which he's right. Everything she just said is completely incorrect. Thanks for missing the entire point. You just blindly accept someone's word about what's real just because that's the story they told you. I remember that. I liked it better when I was clueless too. He's not who you think he is. She's not who you think she is. You really don't have any idea who these people are because you don't know them. See, to be fair though, this is the stuff that I tried to point out when he was coming for me and no one listened. You know, like that's the part that gets me. It's like, I pointed all of this out, all of it. And did anyone want to listen? No, 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 no. Ridiculous. Oh my God, you guys, 4 hours ago, Jessica Machado posted all of her police reports with her name on it because apparently Meredith requested them and then paid the money to get them. And so she's like, I did the same. I'm linking all the reports below for the public before she does. Have a nice day. Like, does she think that that's a gotcha? I'm going to post everything embarrassing about me publicly first so that she doesn't have the opportunity to. Like, Jess, she wins either way. Either she forces you to do it yourself, right? Or she does it. I mean, do we need to do an Aiden, nan, and a poo-poo, right? Like, I mean, if you think that this is a win, Ethel Machado, you're fucking brain dead. Either she forces you into being fucking honest, as you have to do here, or she shows everyone because you're a liar. Like, come on. That's true. Leah. Leah's been telling people this forever and no one listened. So long before, he tried to attack me. So I feel like, I do feel a little gratitude that people are actually starting to listen now, but I think it also pisses me off at the same time. Like, if they had just listened to me then, that a lot of people being hurt could have been fucking avoided. I feel like, it could have been avoided. All right, back to trial here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Hold on. We back just a minute ago. Back it up. Literally just a minute ago.
You have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need. Okay.
Okay.
Who cares if it was bought in an hour, dude? I'm sure with 160,000 subscribers, mine would have too. What does that mean exactly?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right. Okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay?
No, you're investing in harming other people.
Again,
that's his bullshit narrative. You're investing in a good cause.
1-1 is
Bullshit.
a Glock 47.
I call
and
fucking
I'll
bullshit.
use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
Yep.
Let me see if I got this right. These
Starting a goal because we hit 10
another copy of that.
out of 20 last time. So now this one's only 10. So it would hit the old goal.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm. And I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report, from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan, 1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time.
Mhm.
I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
Okay. And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
Okay, but that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody references from Logan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it can't all be exciting, Danny. I
And
wish.
it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box-style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons, yes.
And then you have a box magazine 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from
Correct.
1-9, from Miss Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do 2 removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the 2 discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings, yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those 2 discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other 2, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various
No, that's Willie the Marlboro
scientific
Cowboy.
methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That's my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what, breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay, and just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, you know, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you. And come up and call your next witness.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now at hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Try to speak up.
Good question, Pat. Since the defense hasn't started their case yet, I don't think so.
Good afternoon.
No worries, my friend. I do it all the time.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, did you, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. And so when was that you joined the PD?
Started the academy in November of 2020.
And your rank now, you're patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. While I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Now we're going to jump back to the PD, okay?
Right.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job and learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't
Officer
know.
Houston is
So
where
I'm
we
gonna turn
are.
your attention to June 30th of last year. We are working that day.
Yes.
And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay. Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, you know what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot, and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
I mean, my only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before, so, I mean, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, you know, there's an order in place, we're taking her firearms, we had to take the baby, give them to Justin, so we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well, and, you know, we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door, or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
Did when you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on the,
Mental health section's only 72 hours anyway. And most of the time they don't hold you that long.
Like a
you know?
rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere, and I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly, and following that, she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
We were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I I believe we went upstairs, me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly, came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point did
They
you
have to
take
be,
possession
they have to follow her around. They can't go down there themselves and just search around.
What happened while you were holding the baby?
No
Anything?
search warrant.
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go up the stairs. There's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room. Has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it and started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice, and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah.
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
Okay. You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, all right, Justin's, I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside.
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights were off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. The lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, you good up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually. Okay. I just didn't want anything further. Okay. Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop from now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay. Would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second. There's an objection. You strike what?
Non-responsive. It's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's
You don't have to know.
And frankly, news to the defense.
That's your problem.
Okay, so first things first. On the hearsay issue, Mr. Rubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where
No.
there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here.
You don't need to know.
It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances.
No, it doesn't.
That particular first statement they want to try to use.
So
That's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no one's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay.
To refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Mr. Brittle's argument of, I don't even know what conversation this is, that's completely irrelevant. He doesn't have to know what conversation it is.
I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
Right.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was, she pulled a gun on me, or she pointed a gun, wrapped trigger, etc. So if you can have them clarified.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I just have one more.
Sure, take your time.
We know that's what happened because two other people testified to that already. So I don't even know why that's a
There's
question.
still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor.
Nah.
Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about
No.
the statement. So this is
No.
in terms of any sort of reliability preliminary finding of any
There's
of this.
two separate things.
It's all over the place. He just said something.
Well, then deal with it on
different than he
cross,
said
sir.
Before.
He's not clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm saying, politely saying, is you need to move beyond that. So now the
That's
issue
already
for me
happening, Bradel.
is,
Sorry.
does
So
that
move beyond
statement
it.
come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier.
That's not an argument, though.
Excited out of the statement, Your Honor, that
You're past
this isn't
that.
like a domestic violence situation where someone is, a battered woman or something where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different that the statement happened, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So.
So the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
No, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened.
Right.
He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation. This.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time.
You said discovery violation. Uh-oh.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated. In the
YBE, I love you.
same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to make a record.
Want it on record.
It was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Okay. Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED. I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that. Handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Sure.
right, thank you, all set.
I'm going to jump back just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw Officer Noonan, did he have his gun out?
The med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk.
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to
Support
take
is
them
important
downstairs.
for anyone.
She didn't ask me to take him downstairs. She just put them in my hand
And where did that occur?
on the landing
Upstairs?
upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? There was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relative, yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Just, "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several
Kind of
months
is
prior,
like
wasn't it?
I
ASMR,
don't
right?
know exactly when it was.
Very
Okay,
Susie.
so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so, do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
No, that's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours.
More or less like 12
Do
to
you have any idea
24.
whether that happened in
Most
March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that
I don't always hold.
other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it, isn't that right?
No, I didn't
They
want to.
can't. It's HIPAA. Can't just look it up.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, so I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just It's a lot of information. to take
Standard.
in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
You have to do it.
Were there
girl.
something strange about the knives that were?
It's
in the
not
kitchen?
72 hours minimum.
The weapon in the kitchen.
The second that they
So,
tell the psychiatrist they're
when you're
not going to
serving
harm
one of these things,
themselves, they let them go. If that's in the first, they have to see the psychiatrist every certain amount of hours. 72 hours is the maximum, not the minimum, the maximum.
Yeah, well, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
I had so many people let go in the first damn 12 hours. It was so aggravating. These are people who wanted to harm themselves, but when they go in, they know they'll be let go if they just tell the psychiatrist, no, I wasn't really going to harm myself. I just said that. And then boom, they let them go. It's rare that people get held for the 70. If they keep saying they're going to harm themselves and they keep saying it, then they'll be held and held and held and held. Yeah, nope. 72 hours is the maximum they can hold them for a section 12. Section 32 is like the addiction hold, the drug hold. That's way different. That's days, weeks. But the section 12 hold is a maximum of 72 hours. It's maximum. Once you say you're not going to hurt yourself, the psychiatrist has to come see you every couple of hours. And the second that you go, oh no, I'm not going to hurt myself anymore. I think I'm okay now. They just let you go.
Thank you.
It doesn't work. Let's just put it that way. It's a joke.
Yeah, just briefly, a lot of things could be.
Yeah, no, it's a maximum of 72 hours. They never get held that long. Never. It's it happens, but
That's why you're
not often.
conversation with her.
What the fuck?
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
Okay,
Can
what
you
just
tell us
happened?
about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone.
Why did we skipsies?
Yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Did she say, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself?
She did not say that.
Just, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
No, that's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's
No,
fair
that's
to
just
say
what they're
that
told.
Other than
It's
kind of
not always 72. That's the maximum.
notion
72 is the
floating
maximum.
around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it, isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just, it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
Well, a lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, well, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Yeah, it's an involuntary hold, but the cops can apply for one.
Pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
No, there was no section 12 in this case. They were talking about it
All right, you may
being
step down.
a possibility before they got there because she had had mental health issues before that they might possibly have to section her, but they didn't. She got shot. She shot someone, so they didn't need a section 12 at that point. You know, at that point, she's being taken to the hospital so they could save her life. Working in mental health, we used to bitch all the time about them not holding people long enough because a lot of the times within the first 12 to 24 hours they release you. In order to hold anybody longer than the 72 hours, you'd have to get a court order, and it's rare that a court actually orders you to be held more than the 72-hour maximum on the section 12.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the
And rare that you're held for the full 72.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
They want you out of the bed, essentially. If they think that if you convince them that you're not really actually going to hurt yourself, you just said that because you're upset or sad or pissed off or mad, out you go. They don't want you holding up a bed.
Could you please?
But people will just lie
spell your
to be
first name
released,
and
and
your
that's the problem.
Yes, my name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in the wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes, we talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation, and then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
You can delete it now. I saw
Where
it,
did you
girl.
go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did, and up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
A couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin?
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin?
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house?
Yes,
And that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
that is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Brado.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes,
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
yes,
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
yes, it's near there, correct.
I was thinking the same thing. A little spicy, I like it. A little spizzy. She's on her toes. She's just not going to let him twist her words.
Yes.
That's what, defense attorneys do. And she's just like, I'm not playing that freaking game.
Quiet, please. We are still on the record.
Not doing that. You doing a sidebar? Oh, side salad. Was that it for the clown brigade? They didn't have anything else? Well then. Well, she's buffered on me. Always is. That's the game they play, folks. Oh my God, I'm reading X comments on some of this. Someone saying, well, how could the gun get underneath her legs? She's small. There's no space. If her arms were raised to shoot him, how? No, that's not what they said happened. What they said was she raised her arms to shoot, couldn't do it, was tap racking the gun and went to raise her arms again. Went to, which means she hadn't gotten her arms up. So the person's like, how could she have been shot in the chest if she had her arms raised? Well, first of all, you think there's no way to be shot in the chest underneath the arm? Like, do you guys really believe that? Like, I mean, I know a lot of these people are cultists, but like, do you really believe that someone couldn't be shot from another angle, which she said she had the drop on him, which means she had a higher advantage than he did, right? So what do you mean? If you're shooting a little bit upwards and not downwards, absolutely he could have shot her there. And she, by the way, did not have her arms fully raised yet. She was going to do it again. Now everyone seems to think they know what the fuck they're talking about. There's people out here who are like, yeah, he could have grabbed the gun. Yeah, he could have used a taser. Like, anybody saying that right now needs to really stop. You sound stupid. Okay?
In open court, Mr. Brado, we were discussing.
It's not happening.
Give me an update on the potential for a view.
A cop is not going to do that.
We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's it's something that we can do.
You're not
And,
teasing
I
someone
would
who has
say
a deadly
that,
weapon.
In a bench trial situation.
Or grabbing the deadly weapon to be
the
shot in the
fact
face.
finder, and we have moved.
You're going to
for
use
the-
your
for
weapon.
the view.
Come on,
In
guys.
the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and your honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow, or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay. And Commonwealth, what do you say? Well, here's the thing: you take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure.
Okay.
Position, I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would have to.
Officer Duke.
Okay. So here,
My
here's
husband
the thing,
dressed up as Officer Doofy one year for Halloween. It
I'm
was
not gonna
hilarious.
take
He had a
a
whistle and
position whether
everything.
I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it, and go there with an open mind. And
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence like it is in a jury trial, my observations. And the issue, I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedure that
Yeah, common sense.
procedures that we'll use. As
No.
I told you at Sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial.
Because usually nobody asks for it. They don't ask for it. It's weird.
I'm all for it. I just need to, I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment.
So they're trying to. Bradle asked for a view of the house. The problem also with that is that the things aren't going to be in their same places, obviously, since she no longer lives in that house, and the new people living there aren't going to have Kelsey's furniture, so it's going to look a little different. I don't even, yeah, he wants to bring them on a fucking field trip. I don't understand it. Usually they don't do these in bench trials because it's just a judge. It's not a jury you're trying to convince here. It's just the judge. It's weird. I don't know why you would ask for a view for the judge. I don't think it's going to change the judge's opinion on the facts. I don't think it's going to change his whole, crouching fucking tiger, hidden dragon bullshit that he tried to pull earlier. No one on planet Earth believes that she was fucking ninja-ing around, bro, okay? But yes, she could have pushed off with her foot, got up, stepped back, stepped to the side. Like, it's all happening. If he's like, I showed you a million times how that could have happened within seconds. He is trying so fucking hard. So hard. The problem is he fails miserably at it. Miserably. Listen, if I don't start rolling, they see me rolling. He hating. Stay. Dude, I can't catch a break. I pull myself in, it pushes me back. I give up. I think everyone in this scenario has fucking issues. But Bradle's pushing it here. Like, he's just, there's no reason for them to go all the way to the house and do a whole fucking view. It's a little crazy if you ask me. Try and catch me riding dirty. Catch me riding dirty with my Mary Lou's. if I could have it on tap or in an IV, like Dr. Seuss. Put it in a tap or in an IV. Make a whole rhyming story about my coffee. To be fair, the room service guy got me this. Because today's his day off. So the room service guy kindly got me this. While I was going to change my shirt, the room service guy gave me this second coffee because yesterday I was like so tired after the trial and then after cleaning and stuff, and then the kids come home. It was exhausted. It's like, you look tired. I'm like, yeah, I'm tired. Yeah, if you had a jury, it would make fucking sense, but it's just the judge. It's a damn bench trial. Why the fuck are, like, conspiracy field trip, everyone? Yay! You know, I hope that when the judge gets in the car, I don't know if they drive him there or they let the judge drive himself there, which is what he has to find out, because normally they get a bus for jurors, they do this whole rigmarole, you know, this whole thing. It's just the judge. So can the judge drive himself? Like, I hope the judge gets in his car and immediately turns this on. And then Bradle's driving by, you know, he's driving by and the judge waves and goes, fucking clown. I mean, it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. Simply doesn't make any sense. I can't. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna take a picture of something. I mean, this is fucking crazy. Like, what are we doing here? Like, are they doing this view today? Are they doing the view tomorrow? Like, how is this going? Like, really, though? No fucking chance. Oh, here they come.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed, and I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne, so let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that's in here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said your Mr. Bradle has told me your name.
Trying to kill me.
I just keep forgetting, but I don't mean any disrespect to the other.
24B. Evidence
I can already tell
24B.
from the photographs, it's a small house. And then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Ruane, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly and
get back.
I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will
Kingo.
This is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house.
Sorry.
Or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. I'd ask that the North Andover Police, I'll give you some kind of a distance.
Must leave before midnight.
I need
No
to think
exceptions.
about it, but that the North Andover Police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that they.
The coach is still killing me. Cultist spit on the driveway. Mark Couchetta is evidence 24B.
That's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time.
Just because she trusted him doesn't mean she wouldn't shoot him. Shit happens all the time.
Court officer, Mr. Ruane, know what the time that you want to go, and then what we'll do is, if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded. So there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right. And we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay. That's fine. Just let, okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay. All right. Okay. That makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target to end the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus.
Judge, that's your job?
All right.
I'm confused.
So you can do that in the way of proposed jury
Please hold.
instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Let's stand in recess.
Did he say a recess? It's 3:30. Did he say fucking recess? I missed that. Hold that fuck up. What did he say? That can't be a recess.
All right. Okay. That makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Excellent. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target to end the evidence tomorrow, we can, that can happen on Thursday. All right. All right. And I'm sorry, one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stay in recess.
All right.
You said we'll stay in recess. I don't know what the fuck. Like, that's weird to say that, like, for the end of the day. Like, yeah, it's a recess from the trial, but weird way to say, like, end of the fucking day, right? Like, also, yeah, it's only 3:30. I hate this shit. I hate that they do this. You know? He didn't fucking vet shit. Well, that's the other thing, is it's the attorney's job to vet, not the sewer turtle's, job. Let's be real. He didn't vet shit. In the same way that he vetted the audio that Aiden faked, and I say faked in a way of he added audio in the beginning to say he was recording when he wasn't, to an illegal wiretapping that Bradel then proffered to the court as real and unedited. The way that he vetted that, like, come on, he didn't vet shit. He didn't vet a goddamn motherfucking thing. Yeah, when he said whistleblowers, I felt like if I had an eye roll emoji GIF that rolled back around and around in a fucking circle, I would have applied it in that moment. I would have applied it in that moment. Like what? Well, he's also in the military. A lot of people who used to be in the military were people who collect guns too. So, but I also rolled my fucking eyes so hard. I'm like, is this real life? Like, come. Sorry. Someone said, are we watching the same trial? So yeah, it's horrible. Yes, we are watching the same trial. Bradel's not a good attorney. So I'm sorry if the turtle writers don't understand he's not a great attorney. I know they want him to be for Aiden, but he's simply just not. Talk to any attorney that's not actively doing LawTube or social media fame. They'll tell you the same thing. He's not a good attorney. He's not. The other ones have to pander to their audiences. Remember that, where the money comes from. So they don't want to be honest and say, yeah, no, he's bad. Because that might piss off some of the people that give them money. So they're not going to say that. It's unfortunate, but they're not. He's not very good at what he does. It's sad, but it's just the truth of the fucking matter. It's unfortunate. So I'm gonna wrap it up for the day. I got some shit I gotta do, and I've been here way too long. These trials are really long, and I know, right? I'm here for a lot of hours, and I gotta get out of this chair. But I do love your stinking faces. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Looks like they'll probably have a wrap up maybe tomorrow and then a verdict by Thursday. So looks like it'll be done before Friday, you know? So I appreciate all of you. On your way out, please hit the like button, subscribe if you already have not. If you're catching me on the replay, I appreciate you as well, because that's very much appreciated. I want to say thank you to all of you, Miss GNX, LTG, my good friend LG, Patty, my good friend New Hampshire dude who did quite a few things today, Patty who did too, Casey, Bergenstock, who loaded some people up with memberships. I appreciate all of you guys. It all makes a difference. It all helps. I am an independent channel, so I have to rely on all of you amazing, kind people to keep us running so that we can keep bringing you content and trials, cases, and other things that we talk about, like our Sunday show, which I love because we can just talk about anything and everything. But I love your stinking faces. I will see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, of course, because the trial, remember, is supposed to start at 9:30ish, so we'll be here 9, although I'm rushing around, so give or take like 3 minutes. But in the meantime, if you do donate when I'm not live, read it tomorrow morning when I am live. I love everybody. I'll see y'all later. Have a great day.